Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Still present.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Aaron Johnson,
Here.
Grace Barber Jordan,
Here.
Jim McKay,
Here.
Pamela Wagner.
Here. All right. With the quorum of the members being present, I now call to order the August 20th, 2020 special board meeting review of our agenda for the Leander Independent School District Board of Trustees. Okay, hopefully that'll get all the wiggles out of the way and I can pronounce correctly for the rest of the evening. Due to Governor Greg Abbott's March 13th proclamation of a state of disaster affecting all counties in Texas due to the coronavirus COVID-19 and the governor's March 16th suspension of certain provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Act. The meeting is being held via video conference. I don't know, it's going to be all night, y'all. However, we will be discussing later in this meeting plans to begin phasing in our in-person board meetings, but that'll be later in our agenda for that discussion. I'd like to take a moment to thank our administration and technology staff for your efforts and your dedication as heroic educators, and actually for our heroic educators in the classroom. Big hands to all of y'all for all that you are doing right now. Seriously, you are not only inspiring, but you are definitely making a difference in the lives of our students. Even though we are in uncharted territory, oh boy, are we. We will keep moving forward as our foundation is still the same. Tonight, we're going to come together working on items critical for our district to deliver instruction and resources for the students in our district. So without further ado, we'll move on to our agenda item. Our opening ceremony will take place at our August 27th, the regular board meeting. So that'll be the Pledge of Allegiance and moment of silence will take place then. We will now move on to our communication announcement. Superintendent remarks. Dr. Gehring, do you have any remarks for the Board of Trustees?
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everybody, and welcome to our August agenda review meeting. I do really just have a huge shout out to make to what I call our hashtag #OneLISD team, our family, because every single part of it has gone above and beyond in order for us to leap into the 2020-2021 school year in a way that we never anticipated. I certainly never expected to start any school year in my career this way, but this has certainly been a challenging time for all of us. And I wanted to thank our students for their incredible patience with us and their tenacity and their diligence in making the foray into 100% virtual empowered learning a steady start, if not a perfect start. But certainly they've gone out of their way to be very kind and very patient and given us a lot of grace as we've navigated through some challenging technology issues and certainly some other challenges that are not necessarily technology related as we try to figure out what the best way is to do this. You know, you'll see in a little bit that we are being a little bit like Google. So in Google, the philosophy is very much jump in with both feet and then iterate like crazy and get better and better. And then eventually you'll get to the big, hairy, audacious goal that you have. So we're certainly doing that. We've certainly jumped in with both feet. We have made a good start. We've got a lot of things to fix still, and we are not shy of admitting that or of saying that we're going to get better every single day. And that our goal is to really make 2021 a memorable year. So thank you, students. Thank you, parents, for your patience with us too. We know this has been extremely challenging in your houses. It is definitely a different way of doing it. I have teenagers in my house, and I can't imagine what it must be like for those parents who have small children in their house during this time. So for those who have pre-K and kinder and even first and second grade students in our system, we thank you for your patience and working so diligently and being your teachers' children the majority of the time. We know this is difficult, and we know that you have other commitments as well, but we appreciate you so much. To our teachers, I want to say thank you for really just digging in and getting the job done, for being enthusiastic about our virtual academies, for trying new things, for doing it differently, for being diligent about making sure that we try to reach every single student. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the work that you're doing. Our support staff who behind the scenes are helping feed our kids, who are helping clean and make sure that our facilities are ready for those staff who are in our facilities, for all of those who are doing jobs that are not in their necessarily chosen job description because there's been disruption in what they're doing and how they're doing it. So thank you for trusting, for taking risks, for doing things a little differently as we get everybody started. To our admin team, our principals, our assistant principals, our instructional coaches at the campus level, our central office administrators, and all of those who have spent countless hours since spring break and all through the summer, who I think are working harder than any group of people that I've ever worked with, who are doing an incredible job of leading and who are helping us to navigate through these difficult times. Thank you. To our board members who are always available to solve problems with us, to help us to navigate through these difficult decisions. You've been strong, you've been steady, and you've been calm. And that is outstanding governance for our district. And we recognize it and we appreciate the incredible service that you do for every one of us in the team. But especially I'd like to thank our technology team. They've faced some almost insurmountable challenges in this beginning of school, and they have just dug their heels in and done what was necessary to get all of our kids, as many of them as we physically can right now, online and operating in the right environment. It has been extremely challenging. We don't have it 100% right yet. We're working every day to make sure that our solution continues to improve. And we appreciate your patience and your grace with us as we've gone through these challenging times. We are going to get better. We are listening very carefully to what your needs are. So please continue to reach out to us and let us know what you need so that we can strive to meet each and every child's need in the district. And with that, Madam President, I'll turn it back to you.
Excellent. Board members, any other remarks?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the technology just for a second, Bruce. I don't want to put Jason on the spot if he's not ready to answer it, but we saw the message go out about YouTube and the bandwidth that it's taken away. I'd like to understand, and I know there's an explanation, and I'm just not that attuned to the technology to ask it correctly. So the best way I can ask it is, why didn't we know this? And what is the permanent fix as opposed to a temporary fix?
Dr. Gehring, is this something possible? Because this is a great question. I bet you our other trustees have questions too. Is this in our discussion coming up on our agenda item? Had y'all planned to discuss this, or is this something new that we need to?
Yes, ma'am. We do plan to discuss this, but we're happy to try to answer that question now and then go over just briefly in the presentation, or we can wait until we get to that point and let Jason spend some time there.
I'm good with whatever best for the board, but I just think, not just for myself, I think the public would like to know what happened and where we're going and what the fix is.
Sure. No, I think that is on everyone's mind. And yes, let's make sure then we address that when we get to that item on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, Trustee Wagner, I'd like to make sure we come back to you and see if there's any other follow-up questions too when they address that. Okay.
Or you can say Pam, whichever.
Or Pam. Whichever way we want to go tonight. I am tongue-tied. You might be Pam for part of the meeting and Trustee Wagner. Dr. Gehring's going to be Dr. Gehring and Bruce sometimes. You know, it's that kind of evening. All right. Are there any other comments?
I was just going to tell Donna, she pronounced my name completely correct. And I've been in so many meetings this week that I start off with everyone asking me how to say my name. So she called my name and I pronounced my name, but she did it perfect. So Donna, awesome. I know she's thinking that she said my name wrong, but she didn't. That was just me in autopilot. So my apologies to you, Donna. You were spot on.
That's great. Dr. Gehring, I actually had a little more words I was going to say for thanks. You wrapped it all up. So I am not going to even try to top what you did, except say agree 100%. a huge shout out to our entire, like you said, #1 LISD family. It is everyone from the parents to the students to the teachers, technology, admin. It has been a team effort, and it's awesome to watch and be a part of it. So, and thank you, Dr. Gehring, for your leadership. You have been tremendous in keeping us updated and sending us the emails, and we appreciate your leadership in this time as well.
Thank you, Madam President.
All right, let's move on to our agenda item of citizen comments.
Good evening, Madam President. The first citizen speaker is Zach Long.
Okay. Oh, there he is. Hi. Zach, can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let me make this first speech. Yeah, I'm going to try to read again. We'll see how it works. It's thank you, first of all, for joining us. If you're listening online, waiting to speak in citizen comments, when you're brought into this meeting, I'm going to ask if you heard my opening remarks. And if you say yes, you're going to save us time from having to repeat them each time. So here are the remarks I'm referring to, and this works for you too, sir. Please note, this format is not a conversation, so it's not back and forth discussion. We ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerates further requests. I'm just going to sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. You have up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees. There's a timer in the window, and I don't know what you'll see, but I think it kind of flashes now when your time is up. So please, when you see that your time's up, finish your statement as quickly as possible so that we can make sure we get to everyone in the citizen segment. You have any questions?
No, ma'am. I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Zach. You may begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Dr. Gehring, leadership team, and Board of Trustees, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Zach Long, and I'm a teacher at Glenn High School. And I just want to speak for a moment about some of the information or lack thereof that we have been given as teachers. Just a couple of days ago, we were told by our campus administration team that we will be required to be on campus on September 8th and should expect to have 25% of students. We were told that's about 450 students on that date. I just cannot seem to wrap my head around the need to rush the process of moving to in-person learning. From where I stand as a teacher, it feels like parent appeasement with a dash of disregard for teacher and student safety. I feel that I am just a pawn in a game of political chess, and that there is no real regard for my life or the lives of my coworkers. Furthermore, I do not believe that the district has been completely transparent with parents about what in-person learning will look like. If we have 25% of students back on campus, that still leaves the majority of students enrolled in virtual learning. My understanding from my campus administration team is that there will not be designated virtual learning teachers after all, and that I will be tasked with running both an in-person and virtual classroom at the same time. I just want to ask, how can I be an effective teacher for all students in that situation? I think that we should be honest with parents about this. In-person learning will essentially be virtual learning, just with some students in the classroom. It is what it is. Look, teachers recognize that this is far from an ideal situation for anyone, and we understand that parents have to juggle looking after their children while also having to go to work themselves. But until we get the COVID positivity rate down to a manageable number, no lives are worth putting at risk. I am not a hero. I am not an essential worker. I am not a martyr. I'm just a teacher. Please let me do my job without fearing for my life. Our lives are in your hands. Your leadership on this issue is incredibly important. Please make the right decision to support teacher and student safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zach.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Kimberly Conrad.
All right. Kimberly, can you hear us? You'll need to take it off mute so we can hear you, though.
sorry.
There you go. No worries. Did you hear the opening remarks I gave earlier?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, well then you can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing, and all others in attendance tonight. My name is Kimberly Conrad, and I am a pregnant, high-risk teacher at Bandy who gets to educate her students on the fun worlds of physics and anatomy and physiology. Tonight, I'm here to voice not just my concerns, but also the concerns of others within our school district. I want to address two things with my time tonight, and that is one, the new demands that teachers are going to be responsible for, and two, how this flip-flop in structure and routine will hurt a lot of my students when in the middle of their grading period. As a teacher, my normal duties in a day are enough to still make me bring work home to finish because I couldn't fit those items into my class period or my conference period due to labs, lessons, great conversations with my students, or a 504 meeting, an art meeting, a PLC meeting, a counselor meeting during the time that I have off. A board member mentioned a few meetings ago that in our teacher contract, it states that teachers' duties were significantly increased. We deserve the proper compensation for the added tasks that are not already part of our sometimes chaotic career. If you all vote to proceed with 25% phased-in approach, just know that we are becoming a double duty teacher tasked with teaching both in-person and virtual students in one class period. If I have any in-person students during my class period, I'll be forced to wear my PPE to protect not just me, but my unborn child by teaching each class wearing this. Not only will my teaching style be affected, but now my visual or virtual students can't see my face motion to pick up context clues needed for speech comprehension. No, I can't. To add to my double duty teaching, my school now has a 6-period passing moment. And so I have to fire their teachers to use the restroom, run to make copies in the break room, and also find time to sanitize all surfaces and objects that were used by students that were in that period. Teaching science means that I have a large room with way more surfaces and equipment to sanitize while students are moving in and out of my room. Vandergrift is already shorthanded on janitorial staff, and that's going to put more responsibilities on the teacher for cleaning the environment around them. For my students, the majority of them are already into the swing of virtual learning and doing really good at it, and they have already set their routines and schedules for success. If we change things up halfway through a grading period for these kids, many students and teachers will need weeks of adjustment to get into a new rhythm for the systems that are put in place. If we could extend virtual learning to the end of the first 6 weeks, our kids can finish a full grading period with some type of consistency to their routines, and then we can start the adjustment of phasing in students during the second 6 weeks. This will give us plenty of time to allow for adjustments to be made. I want to thank you for letting me speak tonight, and whatever you decide, we know you chose it with the very best interest of all individuals that are part of the Leander ISD community.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Alexis Huddleston.
Hi, Alexis. Can you hear us? We'll need you to take it off mute. Yeah.
Yes, and I heard your opening statements as well.
Then you may begin whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Dr. Gearing, leadership team, Madam President, and Board of Trustees. My name is Alexis Huddleston, and this is my 3rd year teaching in the district. I want to be completely honest with you. I'm here because I'm genuinely scared for my life. I spoke to you all several weeks ago just after you sent a letter to TEA demanding the flexibility to use local medical data regarding COVID-19 to make the best decisions for our students, families, and staff. At that time, I felt hopeful and validated after a couple weeks of feeling like the fight for safe school reopening was a fight for my life. However, as our in-person school year approaches, I feel disheartened, and quite honestly, I feel like my life just isn't valued. Teachers and parents have had to read news stories about the multiple cases amongst custodial and maintenance staff in our district, including the recent death of a nutritional services staff member, without a single word from district leadership. We've read news stories about the plan for school reopening, again without any explanation from our leadership or even the facade of asking for teacher input. Instead of asking teachers how comfortable we are returning to buildings, instead of asking teachers how we could logistically reopen in the safest way possible, instead of just asking teachers how we're holding up, our district leadership has let teachers try to make sense of what we read in the news, which directly affects each of us on our own. Instead of having those essential conversations, our district leadership has repeatedly called us heroes. We're not heroes. Heroes are lauded because they choose to sacrifice their entire lives for other people. As teachers, we may sacrifice more of our time, our money, our energy, and our mental health than many other professions. But you are taking our willingness to sacrifice more and more of ourselves too far. You are giving us no choice but to sacrifice the physical and mental health of not just ourselves, but of our own families. That goes far beyond the call of hero and forces us to become martyrs. Many of us feel that we were called to this profession, but we do not feel that we were called to die as part of our other duties as assigned. We do not want to be called heroes. We just want to be treated as humans, humans who are afforded our basic right to keep living. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alexis.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Stephanie Martin.
Okay. Hi, Stephanie. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Awesome. Did you hear my comments, opening
did.
comments earlier? Great. Well, then you may begin whenever you're ready, okay?
Thank you. I'm very happy to be an English teacher at Glenn High School. This week, I've been talking with my students about the power of our words and about the importance of using notebooks as a tool for thinking. I want to share what I wrote in my notebook with you today. I'm told I must report to my classroom in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. The 7-day average positivity rate is 10.92% for Williamson County, up from last week and more than double the CDC recommendation for reopening. But I'll be back in my classroom in 2 weeks. I was upset when I learned about the phased reentry plan and wanted to talk to my union rep, but she's mourning. A family member was just removed from a ventilator and allowed to die from COVID-19. But I'll be back in my classroom in 2 weeks. LISD lost its first employee to COVID this week, and I hope it's last. But I'll be back in my classroom in 2 weeks. I've got my emergency sub plans done, bought disability insurance, and finished my will because I'll be back in my classroom in 2 weeks and I'm high risk. I'm getting to know and love my students. Today I forgot to turn off the annotations tool in Zoom, and one of my sophomore boys put a tiny red heart on my slideshow. I live for moments like that as a teacher. I hope all our hearts stay warm and healthy. I'm glad the plan allows for a phased reentry. I just don't know how to socially distance the 32 kids in my first period when I only have 14 tables. I hope you are pushing back on TEA's funding ultimatum. It feels like a big part of the LISD plan is hoping we get lucky. That makes it more of a prayer than a plan. Thank you.
Stephanie, thank you so much.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Zach Collier.
All right. Hey, Zach,
Hello?
can you hear us?
I did, and I heard your opening remarks. You nailed them.
Awesome. All right. Well, you may begin whenever you're ready. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks to the board and to Dr. Gearing, and of course, the heroes of the LISD technology teams who have been performing absolute magic for our kids this school year. Thanks so much. Our daughter is a 5th grader at Reed Elementary, and my whole family is super impressed with the amount of preparation that all of you, and certainly our teachers, have put into the start of this school year, as well as the careful decision-making, of course, of the whole board throughout this whole process. My comment is pretty simple. With new infection rates still very high, I mean, nearly the highest they've ever been here right now, you're certainly continuing to consider whether or not it's safe to invite students back to schools for in-person learning. Now, I have to assume this is pretty common sense to everyone, but just in case it's not, I think it would be pretty crazy to have that discussion about sending kids and teachers back into the schools via Zoom in another virtual empowered board meeting because all of you don't yet feel safe enough to join everyone, like including members of the public, in the same room over at support services. So I guess I'm saying that I look forward to seeing you, the board, lead by example and confidently resume safe in-person meetings, with 50 or so people, well in advance of opening the doors to thousands of kids and teachers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Zach. And we will be having those discussions later, so please keep tuning in.
I'll be on.
Thank you.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Stephanie Rebus.
Hi, Stephanie. Can you hear us? Awesome. You'll need to take it off mute before you speak. Oh, great.
Okay.
No worries. Did you hear my opening remarks earlier?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Tremendous. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thanks. Dear LISD board and community, I wanted to express how well virtual learning is going and implore the board to extend this plan until it is safe. Was September 8th arbitrarily chosen, or are there specific metrics that you are using to determine reopening? The community has a right to know what those metrics are and will continue to be going forward. I can only speak for myself. I'm fortunate in that I went to school for instructional design and technology, and I have a techie husband who can help me. Over the past week, I have seen students engage in their learning. During the first half of class, which is live, they are discussing warm-up questions in the chat. They're collaborating in breakout rooms. They're getting creative and enjoying multimodal ways of expressing their thinking through digital tools. They just did amazing book talks on Flipgrid. They're doing their meaningful work in their notebooks. During the second half of class, I'm meeting with students every day for one-to-one conferences. Great teachers know that building relationships is the foundation of learning. Through meetings, I have made instant connections with students as we discuss their passions, goals, reading and writing lives, and more. Now, telling you all of this does not mean I am not exhausted. It does not mean that teachers have had ample time to plan for virtual learning, and it does not mean that it works perfectly for everyone. It is, however, the best and safest way of learning right now. Virtual has so much potential, but only if teachers are given the time and resources to plan, and the more we are kept in the dark, the less prepared we will be. I want to be clear about what learning will look like should we go back on the 8th. Students will go right to their classrooms with no interaction in the halls. Teachers will continue virtual lessons from their classrooms with face-to-face students still doing the virtual lesson. Why even go back if this is the case? How will teachers manage the overwhelming responsibility of planning virtual lessons, teaching students each period simultaneously via Zoom and in front of them, along with the added anxiety of getting sick? I don't know how I will continue to connect with students and be an effective teacher while I'm teaching kids in two places and also enforcing guidelines. Then there's the very real possibility of shutting down soon after reopening, like many schools in the nation. How can you even put kids at that risk, both health-wise and academically? What about the risk to teachers, staff, and families? The virus isn't gone. We've had to read about the cases in our district on the news without getting any information from the district. I'm a great teacher and I know my value. I don't want to have to choose between teaching, which is my life's purpose, and staying alive, but I will always choose the latter. It makes me worry for my students when I see the most amazing, caring educators being forced to leave the work they love. It seems that some people have this notion that teachers are being lazy and that's why they don't want to return. First, I want to tell you that I have been up every day from 7:30 in the morning to midnight working. This is my choice, and I am willing to do that and spend that time planning if it means the safety of the community. Second, I want to acknowledge that while planning for virtual learning is much more time-consuming, that is only going to get worse the more we open and shut down, the longer decisions are not made, and the longer teachers have to wait to know what's going on. The final comment I'd like to make is that there has been no district or school level check-in with teachers to ask how we are doing or get input from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Kim Ralph.
Kim? Hi, you're going to need to take it off mute before you begin speaking. And did you hear my opening remarks?
I sure did. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, well then you may begin whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Dr. Gearing, leadership team, Madam President, and Board of Trustees, I have been proud to be a teacher in LISD for 6 years. I've never before thought that I needed to speak at a board meeting. As we get closer to September 8th, I'm anxious that I can no longer trust the people in power in LISD to have my best interest in mind. What I'm here to beg of you is choice, an actual choice for teachers. I know schools must reopen for families who need childcare, as well as to meet the needs of special cases. Just like all families are being given a choice for pre-K-12 students, I ask that teachers are also given the choice to remain virtual if we want to. I thought I had a choice if I applied to be a virtual teacher, but I learned that even if I'm chosen as a secondary teacher, I will still be required to manage my in-person students in the school building. This is not a choice. And telling us to work it out with our principal is not going to result in equitable outcomes. That's not a real choice either. I'm especially concerned to see what is happening to teachers with health factors that put them at significant risk. To my knowledge, every one of my colleagues who have submitted the required documentation for an accommodation to stay home have been denied. They have provided forms from as many as 3 healthcare providers, and yet the district has decided that working virtually from the safety of their home is not a reasonable accommodation. This doesn't seem possible when the whole district will operate from our homes for 4 weeks. On one occasion, a colleague was asked if they were certified to teach elementary rather than secondary, as this would allow them to have their medical needs met. How is this okay? This is not what transparency looks like. I'm speaking today because I have the privilege to use my voice. The welfare of myself and my family will not be threatened if I can't teach this year. The only loss, my greatest loss, would be not teaching, not getting to experience the brilliant hope that 8th grade students are for our community. I've met them now. It is a devastating prospect because teaching is my identity. And you know that. That's the way teachers are expected to be. Have courage. We need you to use your power, your privilege, to be candid about our options so that we can know we are safe. Trauma-informed educators know that a person's basic needs have to be met before they're ready to learn and perform. Right now, I and many of my colleagues are in a state of fear, trying to navigate contingency plans for September 8th and adding up our sick days. No one can do the creative problem-solving work of teaching from that position. Please allow us the choice to remain at home so we can be at our best for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Dion Schaffner.
Okay. Hey, Dion, can you hear us? Okay, you'll need to take it off mute before you start speaking.
Yes, I can.
And did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes, I heard your opening remarks.
And you may begin whenever you're ready. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to all the attendees tonight and for your service to LISD. My name is Dion Schaffner. I'm an LISD parent and volunteer. I've lived and volunteered in the district for over 20 years. Thank you for all the great work you've done on drafting the updated dress code. You specifically address shirts, pants and their equivalents, undergarments, shoes, hats, religious attire, including headwear, hoodies, fitted pants, ripped jeans, tank tops, and athletic attire. But you know what is not mentioned here? Hair. Why is mentioning hair important? Did you know currently it is legal to discriminate against a person in the workplace or in schools because of their natural or protective hairstyle in all but 7 states? Hair discrimination is a source of racial injustice and dismisses cultural and ethnic pride. The history of our nation is riddled with laws and societal norms that equated Blackness and the associated physical traits, for example, dark skin, kinky and curly hair, to a badge of inferiority, often subject to separate and unequal treatment. I can give you many examples, including DeAndre Arnold, a student in Houston who wasn't going to be allowed to walk across the graduation stage unless he cut his dreadlocks. It took a lawsuit and a federal judge to allow it. Or how about Andrew Johnson, the 16-year-old Black wrestler who was forced to have his hair hacked off by a trainer if he didn't want to let his teammates down by not being able to compete. Why is mentioning hair important? Because Black women are 1.5 times more likely to be sent home from school or the workplace because of their hair. Because Simone Woolridge, a Black news anchor in Memphis, Tennessee, was ridiculed and called unprofessional and childish for wearing her hair in braids. Because the last time I came and spoke at the board meeting, I wore my hair like this. Because I needed you all to hear my words without discounting them because of my hair. Why is it important? Because nowhere in your dress code is hair mentioned or protected. And also because of the exemption asterisk in the dress code, section 3, item 2, that says, courses that include attire as part of the curriculum, for example, professionalism, public speaking, and job readiness, may include assignment-specific dress. Let's look at that example, professionalism. Who's going to be determining what is professional? I love LISD, but LISD is not so special in this case. This is an issue being addressed across our nation. You could look at the Crown Act as an example. I appreciate you removing restrictions from the dress code, but what we need are protections and explicit objective statements about hair. You want to inspire the whole child? That means honoring and celebrating the whole child, including their hair. You say you don't want a dress code that it reinforces or increases marginalization or oppression of any group? I'm asking you to protect our children, especially our children of color, whose hair may not match yours. Protect their ethnic background, their heritage, their culture, their race. Protect their development of pride in who they are and where they come from. I'm asking you to specifically add language to your dress code similar to the Crown Act that states, race or ethnicity includes ancestry, color, ethnic group identification, and ethnic background. Race is inclusive of traits historically associated with race, including but not limited to hair texture and protective hairstyles. And protective hairstyles include, but it's not limited to, braids, locks, knots, or twists. I'm asking you to protect our children of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Dion.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Hyen Liu.
Okay. Hi, I think I heard Hyen. Do you hear us? Okay, you'll need to take it off mute before you begin speaking.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Tremendous. And did you hear my opening remarks?
No, I just let in. I was just let in.
No, that's absolutely fine. I'll just go over this briefly. Is that we're so excited. Thank you for joining us. If you're listening online, oh, I already said that. So when you come in, things you need to know is that this is not a conversation. It's not a back and forth discussion. We ask that your comments respect the limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name or who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerates further requests. I'm just going to sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. You have up to 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees. So when you reach that mark, if you're not done, please sum up as quickly as you can.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right. We can whenever you're
Thank you
ready.
all.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity. I have some question regarding the student dress code. So first question is gender identity is put in the dress code? If gender identity is put in the dress code, does this now mean the boys that identify as girls can go to girls' bathrooms, and girls that identify as boys could go to boys' bathrooms? My second question is, if gender identity is put in the dress code, does this now mean that boys that identify as girls can play on girls' sports, and girls that identify as boys play in boys' sports? And I would like to request that all future board packets that have policy revisions be redlined or highlighted so the public can see what changes are being proposed in order to be more transparent to the public. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Emily Wheelwright.
Can you hear us? Oh, Eleanor?
It's Emily.
Okay, all right. Very good. Did you hear my opening remarks?
Yes.
Wonderful. Then you can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. My name is Emily Wheelwright. I am a parent of 5 children. Here, let me close this. Okay. I'm a parent of 5 children in Leander ISD. We have kids in kindergarten, 2nd grade, 4th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. Our kids go to Parkside and Stiles Middle School. So I'm glad that I called in tonight because I feel like I'm the lone voice of a parent asking for my children to go to school. I just wanted to provide a little bit of feedback to all of you on what things are looking like on the ground as virtual empowered learning has started with families of multiple young learners at home. So I won't talk about connectivity. I know everybody's aware of those many challenges, but it has been really hard. I'm surprised to hear so many teachers saying they've been connecting effectively with their students. That has not been the case at our house. We have had real challenges with having my kids be able to talk to teachers, interact with teachers at all, or being heard or participating, especially my middle schoolers. And the elementary school schedules are crazy. And I know that they've worked really hard on these schedules, and we love our teachers, and we're so appreciative. So I'm not complaining about our teachers. I'm just saying that the reality of managing a kindergarten schedule, a 2nd grade schedule, and a 4th grade schedule who all have lunch at different times and breaks and start and end at different times is a full-time, highly demanding job for parents. And it's been really stressful. And as much as I love our kindergarten teacher, online kindergarten is really ineffective. And I feel like my little kindergartner, who was so excited to start school, is just, she's really struggling. And it's really demotivating to kids, to especially my youngest kid who's in kindergarten and my oldest son who is an 8th grader at Stiles who struggles with ADHD, to be in front of a screen all day and to still be excited and enthusiastic about learning. So I am making an argument tonight to not further delay in-person learning and to please allow families who selected to send their kids to school to send our kids to school on September 8th. I think it will help with our connectivity issues to get some of the kids off of the screen and in the classroom so that all kids can learn more effectively. And I think there's going to be a steep learning curve to in-person learning and some challenges that are going to have to be addressed. And we won't be able to get through those hurdles until we start. And we just need to try. We just need to begin. I'm sure there will be difficulties and challenges, but we won't know how it goes until we just do it and let some kids get back in the classroom. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Emily.
Madam President, the next citizen speaker is Sarah Alarcon.
Okay. Hi, Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes, and I heard your opening remarks.
Tremendous. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah Alarcon, and I'd like to thank the board for allowing us the opportunity to speak. Right now, it feels like people in power don't care about teachers, so I appreciate at least someone listening to us on a local level. With a heavy heart, I'd like to address extended virtual learning through phased opening. I'm especially worried about teachers with pre-existing conditions and LISD staff aged 55 or older. I don't think anyone should be forced to go back into the classroom until it's safe, but it is especially wrong to allow our more at-risk teachers to take such a risk. I don't understand why it's acceptable to allow students and parents to choose whether or not they get to stay alive and well, but not teachers. How is this fair or ethical? How does this show integrity and concern for others? How do we preach these principles but fail to acknowledge them during such a serious time? Our numbers as a state are not low enough to consider going back to in-person anytime soon. Recently, we reached 10,793 confirmed deaths in Texas. Why is this not enough? As of today, the Texas Hispanic population accounted for 54% of our state's COVID deaths. I care greatly about my community, and this is not okay with me. It is clear that the numbers will not drastically change in the next month, especially with the reopening of schools across our state. Currently, our county's number of positive cases is too high to consider reopening schools. Why are we not following the Center for Disease Control and Prevention standard for low risk, which would be 5% or lower in positive cases? Of course, we all prefer in-person learning, but this is the safest solution right now. The lack of leadership and concern for others on a state and national level should not negatively impact us in this way. I don't think we should neglect our more vulnerable populations or LISD staff that have small children. However, we must prioritize people's lives. It is not fair that our state and nation are not taking care of us. So what are we going to do about it? Now is a time for creativity, not following the illogical herd. Please listen to us. Give us a choice too. I'm a teacher, not a hero. I want to teach, not sacrifice my life at work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Madam President, this is the last citizen speaker, Daryl Frost.
Thank you. Daryl, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, I was watching the live
Madam
stream.
President, this is the last citizen speaker.
No worries. You're going to want to stop that one probably so you don't get feedback on your testimony.
Okay, just did that.
Awesome.
Thank you.
No worries. But afterwards, go back and listen. It's going to be a long night, I promise.
All right.
You can begin, as long as you heard my opening remarks, you
Yes,
can begin whenever you're
yes,
ready.
I did hear your opening remarks. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate your care for our students and teachers and all you're doing to navigate the challenges and questions presented by this pandemic and the ongoing discussion about racial equality. As you know, the Supreme Court ruled that the 1964 federal civil rights law expanded non-discrimination policies to include sexual orientation and identity. And while I understand it, that it's essential to follow the law, I would also encourage the board to examine the implications of implementing new policies before making significant changes in these areas. They should be made only after a thorough community discussion, and that does not appear to have happened, considering that only a handful of people responded to an online survey or participated in community meetings on this subject earlier this year. Regarding the opening of schools, I would encourage the board to prioritize the will of the community members who fund the district, while also taking into consideration the well-being of all employees and staff. Finally, considering the difficult economic challenges many in our community are facing, I would ask that the board adopt a tax rate that reduces the tax burden per household, or at least does not increase it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Daryl. All right. Making sure that concludes our citizens' comments.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. All right, that does close that section of our agenda on citizen comments. We will now move into the rest of our agenda. Remember, our items this evening, it's an agenda review meeting. That means for most of these items, we will not be voting this evening. We'll be discussing and then having a vote at our next meeting on August 27th. The first item up here, our next one up, item 5, coronavirus COVID-19 epidemic, the beginning of school update. And let's remember that Pam had a question about YouTube as well, so we want to make sure we get that in this section as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. And we'll make sure to come to that technology issue. I'm going to start off. I wanted to share some COVID numbers with you from Williamson County this evening, and then I'll be handing it over. Dr. Benz will then start sharing the slides, and we'll go through those very briefly. And that's mostly just a conversation about the start of school. And so we want to do a little bit of celebrating of what has happened in the last few days before we get into some conversation about some of the challenges that we faced. And we want to also paint a little bit of a picture of where we are with enrollment and attendance, and the challenges that we have just determining what would normally be a relatively simple report to the board of the first day numbers. So with that, I'm going to attempt to share my screen with you.
All right, Dr. Gehring, are you wanting us to hold questions until the presentation is concluded?
I would appreciate it if we could do that. Certainly once we get into the slideshow, this first part is just COVID numbers, and as soon as I'm at the end of this little piece, we'll have a pause and we can have a conversation about the numbers themselves. But I just wanted to be able to share this quickly with you. So hopefully you can see the Williamson County and Cities Health District COVID-19 Report Executive Summary. I can't see faces anymore, so let me see. Madam President, do you see that? Got it? Okay.
I do see it, yes.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to share this with you because this was updated today, 8/20 of 2020 at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And so I want you to know that we are in very close contact with Travis County Health, Austin Travis County Health Department, and also the Williamson County and Cities Health District. And we are taking our lead from the experts in the area of the pandemic. And those are epidemiologists and medical professionals who are working with these numbers and see a lot more and understand a lot more than obviously that we do. I also want everybody to know that, you know, we take our data from the counties and from the health departments. And so you can see where we are in Williamson County. This graph is very telling, the epidemiologic curve. And you can see that, you know, in July, we certainly had a peak of the cases, and those are starting to drop off. We do have a little spike that's happened here in the last little bit. This gray box here shows the 14-day lag before information is known about the case. And so that is why this is grayed out a little bit, because there is some level of uncertainty in these very most recent numbers. Across the state, we've had quite an issue with the data, and specifically this 7-day average of percentage of viral tests that are positive. The way that this has been reported in the state caused some interesting trends in the data that are slowly correcting themselves, but I wanted to point that out as well. As you can see, we're almost at 12% positivity rate in Williamson County. That is certainly a lot above the 5% goal of CDC before we can get back to full in-person activities. But certainly we're working very closely with the health departments in making the decisions that we make on a daily basis. You can see here in the good news, case levels, while high, continue to decline at the state level. The public health control measures, especially the mask mandates and the rollback on business openings, are having the intended effect and should be continued. And Williamson County Health District continues to work with local schools on our reopening plans. And we're participating in these tabletop exercises next week that the Texas Education Agency guidance asked us to do, so that we can test and improve our plan for our response to COVID-19 in schools, and the way that we're potentially planning to open schools in the fairly near future. I'm going to scroll down here a little bit. There's a lot of data in this report, and I wanted to point out too that this report is available to the public on the Williamson County website, and so anybody can go and get this report at any time. You can even subscribe to the report, and they will send it to your email on a daily basis as it comes out. here's the positivity rate, and this blue line is that positivity rate, and you can see that it has been significantly higher and then took a major dive here between August 2nd and August 9th. And this is where the state as a whole had a data issue with the reporting system that they have that caused this positivity rate to fall significantly. You can see that now in these last week or so, it started to climb back up again. And we are anticipating that it will continue to do so for the foreseeable future as the data corrects itself. And so we know that we're still in a significant situation. But understanding too that the total number of tests performed by Williamson County is only at 5,800. And so testing continues to be a major issue. So I wanted to share some of that data and hope that everybody understands where we're getting our data from and that we're reliant on health professionals to help guide us as we start to make decisions about reopening in-person learning for anybody who selects that as their choice. All right, I'm going to ask Dr. Benz to start sharing the slides, and we'll talk through the first few of those.
All right, can everybody see the slides okay? All right, thank you. So good evening, Madam President, and good evening to the Board of Trustees as well. Before I get started, I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge the commitment, dedication, and sacrifice of all Leander ISD employees in preparing our school year and to start virtually on August 13th. So, you know, after what seemed like a very quick summer, and in spite of many challenges, our employees, and in particular our exceptional teachers, have really pulled off what I would call an amazing virtual empowered learning start to the school year. So let's see if I can get this to advance here. All right, here we go. So it started with convocation, and I just would like to say hats off to Corey Ryan and the school community relations team for really showing us, and I would say showing me, that a virtual convocation can still pull on our heartstrings and inspire us. So see the Leander lasers. I think that was one of the high points of the convocation event. And they had dancing events all through the summer, and I did get a chance to go to a couple of them. And not sure if I'll get invited back, but my moves may not be up to snuff. So as I just give you a little bit of some thoughts on the beginning of year, we thought, in particularly this time around, to give you a picture, it's important to give you a more visual picture of what our teachers are experiencing, what our students are experiencing with virtual empowered learning. So we lifted some photos off of Twitter, of course. So hope anybody who sees their photo on there is as excited as I am to show it to our Board of Trustees and whoever's watching in the public. So, you know, when you look at these pictures, you see a lot of things. You know, even during our public comments today, you heard a lot of dedication and excitement with teaching and with our teachers in the virtual learning. You know, if you look at some of these pictures, and I've got a couple more slides, I'll just kind of toggle back and forth. You see some things, you see puppets, you see, you know, teachers really giving it their all, reading storybooks. You see a teacher down at the bottom right teaching her ICAP students about the proper fitment of masks and wearing their masks. You see people exercising and dancing, and see if I can get to that one. You see students excited about the very first day of school ever at Danielson Middle School. You see kids, you know, see the young lady playing her clarinet. There's music happening. you see the teacher talking about school supplies and talking about the different resources and supplies that were picked up at school and what they're going to be using during the class. You just kind of really see the overall sheer happiness of our kids for going back to school, even virtual. You see our employees continuing to really be excited as they share lunches. You see that lunch crew right there just hamming it up, no pun intended, as they pass out our lunches. You see kids who are able to get started with volleyball and with weight training. You see a couple of our early childhood teachers just really giving it their all. There were so many pictures on the different Twitter feeds across the campuses. I wish I could show all of them to you. There's comments coming through about our pre-K students who, and how they can't stop chatting with their teacher and students, their fellow students during their screen time, right? And we worry about having them on the screen so much, but it turns out they can take more time on the screen than many of our adults can. It is just at the same time, it's a challenging time, and it also just is a testament to the professionalism and the indomitable spirit of our Leander ISD, our teachers, our staff, and our students and families. So right now I'm going to hand it off to Jason Miller, and this is the point where he'll talk about some of the details related to our technology challenges and some of the things that he has been able to accomplish with technology and our students. Jason?
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees. So over the last several weeks, we have deployed 150 hotspots. We are ordering more, and we've been closely working with Leaf to provide additional families with internet. Endpoint web filtering issues have been an issue. We've added about 17 additional servers, and we have updated over 10,000 devices. Also, the requirements for this particular setup caused us to have to increase our bandwidth, so we're doubling our internet pipe to 20 gigs. We worked with the current internet service provider to do that. Our IT tech help desk had answered over 4,700 tickets, and the tech teams have worked about 3,700 tickets since August 10th. Currently, we've got 19,000 LISD devices deployed and 8,800 Chromebooks deployed. Thank you, Matt.
All right, thank you, Jason. And I know you had some amazing distribution efforts there and have been working with connectivity on other families and getting out a lot of hotspots and things like that. Right now, we're going to click over and look at some.
Hold on a second, Matt. So I want to talk a little bit more about the technology if we can. And Pam asked a question earlier, so I want to make sure that we address that question right now. So Pam, if I can try, I'm going to paraphrase your question, just make sure that I get it right. I think you asked, why did we not know this was going to happen? And can we talk a little bit more about the issues that we had with technology itself? So I'd like to address that. Is that good?
That's the start, and I'm going to finish up with not only why didn't we know, because we knew this many children were going to go virtually, and we're not sure for how long. But secondly, we've spent millions and millions of dollars on our technology over the years, and I'd like to know where we are in Jason's mind. Are we antiquated? What do we need to buy? Why are we? I feel like we're behind, and I'd like his opinion on it.
Absolutely. So Jason, I'll let you jump in there.
Yes, ma'am. So we had anticipated starting the school year smoothly, and obviously that did not happen. About a day or two before we were supposed to start last Wednesday, the vendor reached out to us and told us that they had miscalculated the number of servers that needed to be put in our data center. So they overnighted us those additional servers. They are also hosting 10 servers in Los Angeles at their data center as well. So there's a total of 27, and we had started out with 12. So as you increase bandwidth from students out at their houses, that causes additional bandwidth on our internet pipe. So that's why we're having to double the internet pipe to 20 gig. We had 10, now we're going to 20 gig. The firewalls are an issue as well because of the additional traffic that we're adding. They were not sized to bring that much traffic in. And technology usually has a replacement life of 5 to 7 years. And I understand that this equipment that we have in now is 6 or 7 years old, I believe. And yes, ma'am, I believe that we need to take a look at our data center equipment and seriously think about upgrading and refreshing a lot of that equipment. I know that we've got some UPSs, which are battery backup systems for our data center, and we're having to buy batteries because we don't have the money to buy the whole unit in that data center environment. So yes, I believe that we do need to concentrate on upgrading some other technologies as far as some infrastructure throughout the district. And I guess when I was in Dallas ISD, I had written a proposal for a technology bond, and that's kind of how maybe we could think about refreshing our equipment just on the technology specific bond. And
I'm gonna interrupt you there and say that was going to be somewhat my follow-up. We passed our last bond with some technology money in there specifically, and we actually cut some of the technology fund to get the bond down. I would like you, with Dr. Gehring's permission, of course, to look at the bond monies that we have passed, what we may have left to spend. And I seriously, in this day and time, would love to see a proposal from you and I realize it's a wish list, a proposal, what it's going to cost where this doesn't happen again. I understand breakdowns, but I do not understand a school district of 42,000 and have spent millions of dollars getting our technology where it needs to be. In the first 2 days of school, we don't have enough bandwidth and we don't have enough. Our vendors didn't understand that we needed more of everything to make this work. I do have some problems with that. So I really would like a real understanding of what's going on in technology and where we need to be.
So I'd like to jump in there if I can, and I, obviously over the last week I've spent a lot of time talking about technology, and so I've learned some things, and so perhaps if I try to explain what I've learned over the last week, it will help. Jason has been very kind to talk to us in terms that we can understand, but I'd like to just share a little bit of what I know. So the issue that we're having did not occur in the spring. So let's first lay that out and Aaron asked me this question on the phone and got me really thinking about it. And we went to all remote, what we called emergency remote learning, all virtual when we put kids in when we closed school at spring break in the spring. The difference there is we were completely 100% asynchronous in the spring. And so we did not have all of our kids online on our servers at any one time, anytime during the spring. It just didn't happen. I will say that now that we're starting virtual empowered learning, we have 100% of our kids online on our servers. Here's what I've learned about the way that our web content keeper software works, and that is what keeps our kids safe on the internet. So this is our web filtering service that makes sure that kids don't encounter things on the internet that they don't need to encounter. And this is a product that resides in the district physically on servers in our data center. There are 12 of those servers before the start of school. Everything has to run, if you're running on a district machine, then everything runs into the data center, runs through the software somehow, and then has to come out again. And that, in fact, it turns out, is twice as much traffic on our internet pipe as normal, right? Because it has to come in, it gets filtered, and then it has to go out again. And so that's part of the problem. Jason worked really diligently all summer with Content Keeper specifically to make sure that we had the bandwidth that we needed to put 18,000 MLISD computers online at one time. He was given assurances as late as the Friday before school started on Thursday that everything was fine, that we were ready to go, and that he had nothing to worry about, that school was going to be able to start Thursday morning with 18,000 machines. During that following week, the vendor opened another school district and had a major issue with their software. This pointed them to look at us again and say, hold on a second, how are we going to make sure that LISD doesn't have the same issues? And that's when they discovered that there were problems with their calculations, and that the 12 servers that we had in our data center were not going to be able to put 18,000 machines online all at one time on Thursday morning. We got a phone call at 3 p.m. on Wednesday afternoon from the vendor to say, we've made a miscalculation and we cannot get 18,000 computers online tomorrow morning. So we got together, and by 6:30 we were having conversations about, so what do we do now? How do we manage what's going to happen? What was explained to me from the vendor was that as computers logged onto the network in the morning, on Thursday morning, it would reach about 12,000, and then unfortunately the software would continue to try to log the additional computers on, and that would eventually clog up the system and the whole thing would go down, is my understanding. So we got together and we really talked carefully about, are we willing to take the risk of crashing and burning completely as a district on day one of virtual empowered learning, or do we want to mitigate what we know now that we know and try to make sure that at least some of our students can operate successfully in the environment? So we made that decision based on numbers that high school was potentially the best option for canceling on Thursday and Friday in order for us to make sure that we could get elementary students and middle school students up and running. Fortunately, our elementary students are on Chromebooks. They also use web filtering software, but it's a different version of that software, and so it runs through a different system. So we were fine to get elementary students on, and so we made sure that they could come in. And then we had these 12,000 ability to operate 12,000 of our machines at the secondary level on the system effectively. And so we knew we had about 8,000 middle school students that we could get online. And we made that decision to try to continue to get them up and running. So Thursday morning, we started with all of our elementary and our middle school students. To be honest, that went extremely successfully, considering the fact that we've never ever done this before. This is the first time we've ever had to put all of our students online at one time in a remote learning setting. So yes, we had hiccups. Yes, we had issues. You can see in this picture that's still up there from Canyon Ridge Middle School, everything I observed was exceptional customer service from our campus level folks who answered questions, who allowed people to call them and walk them through how to get logged in and get set up. We tried to put out messages of, please don't panic about getting online because, this is not your fault. We know that there are going to be issues. Don't worry about your attendance. We just want you to eventually be able to connect with your teachers. And that was our goal for Thursday and Friday. Let's try to get everybody in grades pre-K through 8 connected to their teachers so that we can at least know that that will work. And then
I'm not questioning your decisions that were made and the wisdom of why we did what we did, but I still think we need to look at where we are in our computer technology age and what we need to do to improve this to have less problems in the future going forward.
Yeah, I appreciate your patience with me as I continue to explain our situation because I'm leading directly to what we need to do going forward. So thank you for bearing with me for a minute while I walk us through this. As Jason pointed out, his team did an incredible job of making sure that we had additional servers overnighted from the vendor, that they installed the software that they needed and set up those. They spent all weekend working on that. We had a great suggestion from Alexis to make sure that we pressure tested the system. I love the way she put that. She said, you know, when you get in a new building, you want to make sure you flush all the toilets at one time to make sure that that all works well. And so Sunday, that's what we did. We reached out to our community and we really encouraged everybody to jump on their MLISD machines and test the system. And we, you know, we still knew we had issues. And so we did what I said at the beginning, which is we started, but then we iterated and we continuously improved. And so Jason was constantly problem solving with his team to make sure that we got better and better solutions to how to manage the bandwidth and make sure that that gets to the point of where everybody can be online and have the tools that they need and get the job done. Part of that is increasing the internet pipe, so they're doubling the bandwidth. Jason negotiated that with our vendor at a no cost to the district, which is really significant because that's a big cost to the district. He's also managed to get additional servers in our warehouse, but he's also managed to get space on other data warehouses in California in order to make sure that our students start to get a better experience as they go. This is affecting not only students, by the way, but also our staff members. And so administrators, teachers, everybody who's on the system is being affected by all of this. He's constantly looking for ways to make sure that we continue to improve. That's where the YouTube issue came up. YouTube is something that's eating a significant amount of our bandwidth and continues to cause some of our problem as we go forward. So we've made the very difficult decision, and I say difficult because we know that a lot of our teachers are using YouTube as a highly effective teaching tool, to shut YouTube down in the school day starting on Monday. And we've already given our teachers notice that we're going to do that because we need to make sure that we can get everybody on and working on Zoom and connecting to human beings. That's our most important piece right now. We know that this creates stress for our teachers. We know that they have a lot of other stress as well. And we appreciate how hard and how diligent they're being in making sure that they're giving students the best experience possible. A slightly lower quality of instruction without YouTube, in my mind, is better when we're connected to kids, at least with human beings, than not connecting at all. And if we continue with YouTube, we have the possibility of some kids not being able to connect at all. And we want to make sure that we open those pipes. So we do believe that we have a problem with Content Keeper and with the other MDM that we're using, which is a different product. So we have two pieces of software that we are looking very carefully at replacing. We're still doing some investigation on where we are with that, but we will likely be asking you to help us to pay for some of those additional costs that we're going to incur. And we will likely bring that to you as an agenda action item next week. I'm not going to lay out any of those details now because we're still doing some investigating. But Jason has been working really, really hard and diligently with vendors this week, and also making sure that in terms of our legal contractual requirements, that we understand where we are before we bring you a firm recommendation on those. That will be the first of exactly what you talked about, Pam, is investigating where do we need to be in the technology world if we're going to run in this virtual environment, which is very different from what we were doing before. And so there are going to be significant costs in making sure that our technology network is at the level it needs to be in order to accomplish the job that we're trying to do right now. Great.
So Bruce, are you saying that we still don't have the bandwidth?
Yeah, so part of the problem that we're going to continue to have is because we're running off servers that are in our data warehouse, we're going to continue to have bandwidth issues as we go forward. And so we're doing the best that we can to mitigate those issues. But if we take this web filtering service into the cloud, it makes it makes the bandwidth a non-issue in this side, because now we're not flowing those computers in and out of our warehouse on our bandwidth. And so Jason has worked with this in Dallas ISD and understands how this works. He also is, and I'm speaking for Jason, he's right there, it feels a little odd, but he's also very aware of the security issues that come with making these kinds of transactions in the cloud. But obviously there are huge districts, you've seen the executive summary we put out, that operate with different software versions that are cloud-based, and it's absolutely possible. So we will definitely be bringing you those recommendations, hopefully next week, as early as next week, in order to start the process of getting us where we need to be to continue to be successful on the technology front.
Jason, what did the vendor say caused the miscalculation about the load the servers could handle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, what did the vendor say caused their miscalculation about the load the servers could handle?
That's a good question. They said that I guess they thought the load from the students was not going to be as much as it was. I didn't spend too much time on that, honestly. I wanted to move forward and try to solve the solution that was in front of us.
Okay, so did the vendor pay for the additional servers since the misconnection was their responsibility?
Yes, ma'am. We have not been charged any additional money at all.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
No, you first, Gloria.
I just want to thank you, Jason. I know you haven't been here long, and we've had a lot of change in CTO in LISD for years, and I know it's kind of like throwing you in the midst of all this. But I appreciate everything that you're doing to get us up to speed, and I was happy to hear that. As I talk to other school districts who aren't having the same problem with Content Keeper, it's because they aren't using their own hardware, right? They don't have hardware that they're having to maintain in their own data centers. It's all moved to a cloud-based system. So I think part of that, when we talk about are we behind in our technology, I think it's okay for you to be honest and say, yes, we're still managing the hardware and the software, and I think it's pretty obvious when we look at our big district counterparts that they've moved to more of a cloud-based system. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate your team, and I appreciate everyone over there at IT that's been handling all of this. And so thank you.
Yeah, I echo those sentiments. I think the Johnson House has created more than their fair share of tickets, but everyone has been really, really helpful, really kind, really generous, and that's been great. Some of the issues actually were on our end and things that we had to change in terms of configuration on our side. But I think communication about that was difficult, and so it was hard to uncover the source of some of the issues. But appreciate very much the work that you and your team, Jason, have done to try and resolve these issues, or at least resolve the pain of these issues for our families. Similarly, I think it's time for us to get out of the data center business. There are lots of really big and important businesses that have scrapped their data centers and rely on some of the very, very high performing technology that's available in the marketplace today. It would make resolving these kinds of issues really, really easy by contrast to what we're going through right now. Give us a whole lot of flexibility and scalability to address these issues. And so I expect that will be a central part of future recommendations. I fear that if we'd done a little more due diligence, we might have been able to anticipate some of these issues, given what we saw in the spring, we should have been able to anticipate the traffic volumes and the potential challenges knowing our architecture. And so I struggle a little bit to understand why maybe we didn't anticipate these things. I don't want to spend a lot of time today trying to figure that out, because that, to your point, Jason, that doesn't solve the problem we're dealing with right now, and we've got to focus on that. But I do think there are some misses there that we need to think about in future review of this, because we should have been able to anticipate what those loads were going to look like and what that volume was going to be ourselves, not dependent on the vendor to tell us what those loads would look like. So I'll leave it at that. The last point I have is I want to make sure in our haste to try and resolve the current issues, because I understand the urgency. I want to make sure we're doing really high quality due diligence. We have what I would call a checkered past in terms of picking the right software application vendors. We've had plenty of missteps before, and I don't want to jump from one questionable approach to another uncertain future. I want to make sure that we're making good, high quality, long-term decisions. And that usually takes a little time and effort and analysis up front. And so we've obviously got to balance the issues that we're experiencing today with the time it takes to make a really good decision. But I think it's really important that we're thinking about that in the right long-term framework and aligning to where we're headed in terms of future infrastructure and all of that. But I'll leave that to the experts. I just want you to know, if you need a little time to make a high quality decision, I, for one, think that's really important, and I would support that.
Thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate that. And, you know, one of the things that I feel very grateful for is that we have somebody with Jason's experience and caliber, especially in a large district like Dallas ISD, because his experience with these large systems and with much more sophisticated technology systems than we're using is going to bring that exactly to light. And so I look forward to working with Jason as we go forward to make the changes that you're talking about. And we are going to need board support on this as we go forward in order to make sure that we can accomplish the changes that we need to. And so we will start bringing those to you as soon as we can. But I do appreciate you pointing out that we've got to make quality decisions as we go forward.
Jason, what's the ETA for having a working solution in place?
Ms. Jordan, we are testing a couple of solutions right now. And as Aaron said, we don't want to make a decision right away. I've talked to 4 different vendors this week and received quotes from all of them. 2 of those should prove to be a good solution. I have used one of those previously at Dallas ISD with success. And however, again, like Aaron said, I don't want to just jump over to what I have used. We want to incorporate any new technology that may have come out. And so if we were to move right now, it will take approximately 3 weeks. However, I'd like to spend another week or 2 testing devices that we are kind of doing a proof of concept on. And so in the solution that I had given to Dr. Gearing, there was a couple of different products. So 2 to 3 weeks would be after they have the PO completed, I think. And in that time, we will hopefully have settled down on our issues. We're doing some more fixes tomorrow night with the tech team to anticipate a smoother start on Monday. We're having some more equipment overnighted to us, and we will install that over the weekend again. And so any kind of roadblock or hurdle that we've come across with our previous few fixes that we thought would happen, obviously those didn't work. So we're going to do another fix this Friday. So to answer your question, yes, ma'am, probably 3 to 4 weeks after we make the selection and the funds are given to the new chosen vendor.
Great, thank you so much. Could we go back to the view where we can see all the board members? Or do we have more presentation coming?
We do have a couple more slides, but I can definitely stop sharing if that's what we want to do to continue a conversation.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in real quick and also echo my sentiments to Jason. Jason, welcome to LISD, Trial by Fire, and welcome to Center Stage. As we're looking at these solutions, one of the things that is front of mind for me is, will this solution, whatever it looks like, cloud-based, additional equipment, additional software offerings, will this also address the concern that many of us have for ensuring that our economically disadvantaged communities and our communities that don't have ready access to robust internet service, is this solution or these solutions, are we mindful of that as we're looking for a robust solution that will reach out to all of our students?
Yes, sir. We are looking at the current solutions will help every student, no matter their economic status. So in further kind of reviews of, the technology that Ms. Jordan asked for, as far as a review encompassing everything, I've got a lot of ideas that we could help all students as well. So yes, we are looking at every child and every student to be successful in learning.
Okay, I very much appreciate that, and I want to go back to something that Aaron said when he was questioning how did this happen, and our reliance on the vendors telling us that their solution was robust enough to handle the load. I agree with Aaron. Maybe we shouldn't be solely reliant on a vendor to give us that information, and I think that has become painfully obvious, and hence maybe we get out of the server business, right? But I also think it does reside with the vendor. I mean, if we're doing our due diligence and asking the vendor, hey, can this product handle the load? And they say yes, and then all of a sudden, 13th hour go, wait a minute, we don't know our own products. I get it, but I'm hesitant to put a large share of ownership on LISD or the IT department. We all own some of that, but to Aaron's point, we should not be having a vendor making those decisions for us, especially when we own the equipment. So I think moving to a cloud-based solution really makes sense. And again, I'm going to foot stomp. I really want to make sure that those solutions address connectivity issues for those that currently do not have connectivity. So very much appreciate you being here, Jason.
Thank you, sir.
Matt, can you wrap us up the opening of school in the next 5 minutes, do you think, or do we? Let's see what you have in the slides.
I think so too. We have enrollment and attendance data next. If you like me to continue sharing the screen.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's all good discussion. We just want to make sure we keep moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
So I'm going to take this one and the next slide. We wanted to present some numbers to you to make sure that you had a somewhat of an understanding of where we are in relation to the projections that we had from the demographer. And so as you can see, we are significantly down on our projections based on first day in school enrollment. But this is a very unsure environment that we're in. And I want to point out that you can look at this a couple of different ways, and none of them are necessarily perfect. And the numbers say, we can put the numbers on the page, but that doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. And so I wanted to just be sure to know and understand that these enrollment numbers will continue to shift over time for a number of reasons. And especially as we start to come back to in-person learning, I think we'll see the numbers shift again. And so as you can see in the little blue box on the right-hand side, the under projections are coming mainly with our youngest learners. And so our pre-K, our kinder, and our first grade populations are all significantly under projection, and that's where the majority of the under projection comes from. So, you know, our projected enrollment was supposed to be 42,743. This first day of school enrollment number shows 40,675, which is about almost 5% down on where we were. If we go and look at this a little differently in the next slide, I want us to think about like who is actually showing up for learning. And so we took our big sheet of the first 3 days of attendance, and I picked the 19th, and I said, we're going to show that number, and then we're going to talk about it a little bit. Know and please understand that this number is a changing number. So when you see 39,627, that's the number that was reported in the system right now. These numbers are subject to change because of the guidance that TEA has for achieving attendance. So while a teacher may have marked a student absent that was on her roll or his roll because they didn't physically show up in synchronous learning, we of course know we had major technology issues. So that child may not have showed up because they couldn't get connected for whatever reason and in that Zoom call. So that child may have then completed an assignment for that teacher asynchronously, and that will satisfy the attendance requirement, but that could only be reported perhaps in a couple of days' time. So they have until the end of this week to report the attendance for the 19th. And so this number will significantly change over time. And so I want to make sure that you understand that we will report the numbers as we have them, but they're not going to be perfect all the time. And these numbers will continue to change. They will get better as we go forward. We've tried to investigate and say, okay, so if our youngest learners are the ones who are not showing up, why is that? And I think we've heard a number of different scenarios. Of course, it's much harder for a pre-K kid or kindergarten kid to be on Zoom and to be online. And some folks are holding those kids out. And when we return in person, we may see an increase in the number of kinder and pre-K kids. And so we look forward to keeping you up to date on a regular basis for these numbers as we go. But we wanted to make sure to at least show you what we knew at this time, and that when you look at it slightly different ways, you get slightly different numbers. And so we will continue to refine this work as we go forward and continue to bring you updates on where we are with enrollment. As our enrollment numbers get a little firmer and steadier, then we'll start to talk to you also about the implications that those enrollment numbers have on our facilities, on our budget, and on some of the backside of attendance reporting that will be important as we start to make decisions as we go through the fall. All right, I think, Dr. Benz, that might be it. No, one more.
One more, but this will wrap it right up. Just want to, in a little bit later on in the agenda, we'll be discussing with you, what happens, on September 8th, or what might happen on September 8th, some proposals. Between now and September 8th, just want to give you a little bit of overview of what does that virtual empowered learning look for, how does that look for all of our students, and then how does it look as we continue forward. I just shared this screenshot, or actually this photo that Lauren Meeks, our principal over at Parkside, took, because I think it it reveals and shows a lot. So first, I just like this photo because it shows what a fourth grader will be looking at when they do our get into Launchpad and log on and get into their classroom, their teacher's Google Classroom. You see what teachers are creating. You see where the Zoom links are. You can get an idea of how a student's schedule looks and what they see on the screen when they're getting ready for their learning. The other great thing about this photo is it's a picture of Parkside's fourth grade team planning together. So you see at the very bottom their instructional coach, and you see actually second from the top their principal, Lauren Meeks. And that's what that is so important in aligning the curriculum, is that our teachers are working together to ensure that we're creating that rigorous learning experience for our students, even as we are doing that virtually. As we have talked about before, teachers are taking attendance, teachers are grading assignments, they're collaborating. Most of our campuses have arranged supply pickups for their kids all the way into the high school. Some of the AP courses, AP stats, they had some packet and material pickups just because there is a little bit of a different type of situation with our community and where parents and family members are allowed to drive to the school and get things. We have been working with our local partners. They've been great with YMCA, our childcare facilities. Some of them reached out to us. We reached back out to all of them with scheduling, with thoughts and partnership ideas because they have kids. Some of our kids of families who are working and have to have their kids out of the house during that time, at a facility. Those facilities are wanting to help the students get on and get their learning even while they're at there. YMCA has been great. And then lastly, just the teacher training that we promised would happen. It has happened. We have, I think it was 3,022 teachers on the rolls, and 2,999 of them, I was just given an update yesterday, have gotten through the foundational modules. And as we continue to create more specialized modules that are happening right now and will continue to happen through the year, I do just want to reiterate in closing that all of our employees have just really come through like they always do. And our teachers have been dedicated and committed, going the extra mile with these virtual teaching academies. And, I don't want to go out over my skis here, but, we've talked well before COVID about heroic educators. And I know that we do have our educators are heroic. The people in our system are heroic. And in my experience, the true heroes are never comfortable with being called a hero and that term. And so I'm just thankful that we have so many committed people working with us and with our communities. So thank you, Madam President. And that does conclude the presentation.
I just want to bring one more issue to the table as we talk about the beginning of school, is the fact that, as we will talk about a little later, we have on the agenda the planning for the dates for our board meetings in September through next June. And then we also have the conversation about in-person learning and how that starts. But I wanted to also bring up the fact that we have planned so far an in-person board meeting next week on August 27th. And I just wanted to give us an opportunity to have a very brief conversation about that, if we may, just to clarify any concerns or questions that any board members might have about what that looks like and about how that will operate. And so if that's okay with you, Madam President, I thought this would be the right spot to have that very brief conversation.
This would be, yes.
So I would just like to lay out a little bit of what that will look like, and I hope John Graham will jump in and help. He's done a lot of work on planning for what this will look like with his team. So perhaps, John, you'd like to just give us a brief outline of what that will look like next Thursday.
Yes, sir. Be glad to. Good evening, everyone. So myself, Darla Humes, Mark Pace, Donna, Michelle Wilson, my assistant, Jessica, and others have been working to look at different spaces to be able to conduct meetings. And we have been looking at our Leo Center, looking to provide an environment where we can maintain 6-foot social distancing. And so we have put together plans to be able to set up the Leo Center in a way that the trustees will be placed at individual tables that are 6 feet apart, still maintaining the normal areas that are set up with speaking and being able to monitor the video. But one of the things that we did do to maintain the 6 feet is we have taken all cabinet members that normally sit with the board and move them back into further back into the room, so we can space out each person at 6 feet. Of course, Dr. Gearing will be up at the front with the trustees. We will have tables where each person can come up to their individual table and speak if they are making a presentation. We will have items in place where each board member, each trustee, each member of cabinet, and others that will be joining the board meeting that have presentations that will do the normal COVID self-check. We will have hand sanitizing stations as you enter the facility, and we will have them placed throughout the building. We will also have meals being served, but they will be individually packaged meals, and so there will not be a normal meal service, but we will have individually packaged signage will be posted around the Leo Center as visual reminders about safety and social distancing, similar to what you will see in our buildings. And so we have been working. Custodial will be cleaning the facility before and after as we do our classrooms and our buildings. And so we have been working to put different measures in place so we can hold the meeting next week in person, along with cabinet and the trustees at the Leo Center.
John, will everyone be wearing a mask the entire time?
Yes, ma'am. That is one of the requirements that we have within our buildings, as we ask all students and all people as they enter our buildings to wear a mask. I, of course, do not ever want to say that I'm asking the board giving the board a directive, but that is something that we do ask of everyone that enters our buildings to have a mask on. And that's how we conduct meetings in our buildings currently.
Awesome. That makes me a little more comfortable.
So, John, I very much appreciate all the planning and effort going into this meeting. And as a matter of fact, I had sent an email to the board president and the superintendent asking for just this. As a lead from the front, let's do a dry run of what students and staff returning to the classroom would look like. And if we believe in it, we're going to lead by example by doing it. It does not sound to me like we are going to replicate what students and teachers will be experiencing in the classroom. And while I initially had some concern with that, as I'm sitting through this tonight, I know there's board members that get tired of listening to me talk about military service, but since April, I've been dealing with COVID day in and day out. I don't really, if the stove is on and it's hot, I don't need to go up and put my hand on it before everyone else to go, yeah, we'll get burned. So I'm starting to rethink this. Why should we lead from the front and do this when in reality, we should not be opening these schools right now? That's another discussion for another agenda item. But because we're still on item 5 at coronavirus update, I think that this does fit within update. More than a couple of the speakers had mentioned that the number of the positivity rate for employees in the district has not been articulated or communicated effectively. I know that to be true myself. I would really like to see as part of the coronavirus update that we're putting out those numbers because our community really deserves to see what our staff and administration what they're going through in terms of infection rates. I think it informs our decisions and our discussions. So I would really like to see that, unless there, and I understand HIPAA, we may have to get clearance for how that would look like through Holly or through Carrie Lynn, but we really need to know how exposed our staff is and what those numbers look like. But as far as the meeting, the original intent was to let's replicate what it's going to look like in the classroom. But I'm not even sure of the wisdom of that given the numbers right now. So my thoughts.
And I think it's fair to say that no classroom is as big as the Leo Center either, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. we are hosting with the setup. It is different than a normal classroom with all the monitors and microphones and all that other stuff. And so we are taking that into consideration as we set up the room.
Yeah, and to be clear, all of the things that we're talking about in terms of opening school in our virtual education and all of the plans, all of the efforts that have gone into this are phenomenal. They really are. I continue to fall back on, are all of these phenomenal plans being executed at the right time? And I still think we're way too early. But again, we have another agenda item coming up, and I'll speak more to it at that point. But in no way am I saying that the effort and all of the work that has gone into what virtual learning looks like is not appreciated. It really is. My concern is, are we doing it too quickly? These are great plans. I just think we need to wait for the numbers to allow us to execute on those plans in the safest manner possible.
Trustee McKay, would it be, would I have your support in thinking, let's make sure if how our maybe decision is on our next agenda item, we might want to revisit this item. So we'll kind of leave that option open.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. All right, board members, that's it. We will move on then.
My turn, sorry. So
yes.
They said wait till the end, so I was waiting till the end. So my
Okay.
tech questions kind of deal with safety and security, so I'd like to take those offline. I don't know if I just email Jason if that's the best, but I just think they're security risks, so I don't want to ask them. And then the attendance reports, I would like to see something, either Friday memo or what, but those that unenrolled or updated status on students that did indicate they're not returning, I'd like to see those numbers so that we can really see, did we have a 1,700 student loss or not, or kind of have an estimate on how many of those are actually still enrolled.
Alexis, let me just reiterate, make sure I've got this right. Trustee Grimes. I know. Jason would like him to reach out to you so you can talk to him about security questions that you have. And then in our Friday report, Dr. Gehring, is that possible to give us the updates kind of as these numbers are moving to help give us more context?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not sure if you specifically mentioned out kind of breaking up those numbers and letting us see like specifically the unenrolled versus just the not present in class type of numbers, and just seeing that variation. And I imagine there's another category of hasn't reported to virtual learning yet, but hasn't enrolled and not absent. So if it's possible to see those different categories, I think it'd give us a good idea of exactly what's going on with those numbers, if that's possible.
And on top of that, first year students, if they're brand new, not kinder or pre-K, but those that are first year, then we can see what growth was.
Yes, so just to give you some context to that, usually on the first day of school, if they don't show up, if they're a no-show, we unenroll them immediately on the first day, and that's what gives us a much cleaner number straight away. We chose not to do that this time for obvious reasons, and so we're taking a little bit more time to follow up on every student to try to determine exactly what you're asking. Have you unenrolled? Are you enrolled somewhere else? Have you gone to homeschool? Have you gone to private school? Are you still enrolled and you just haven't showed up yet? Are you having trouble technology? Are you somehow else disconnected? And so we're working hard to try to clean all that up, and we'll get you improved numbers as we continue.
I have a question related to reporting relative to COVID cases and whatnot. There's been some discussion, some question of different districts across the state around what they plan to report to the community or other entities. Have we discussed that internally? Are we ready to make a statement, or can you give the board any direction about how we're thinking about some of those reporting requests or the opportunity to report to our community?
We have had some of these conversations. I'm going to dial a friend in the Mosaic Atals here, and I'm wondering if Corey or Devin can help me out here a little bit.
Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, it recently came out that the state of Texas is going to be requesting of districts to collect data on cases within schools, but that guidance just came out today, literally at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we haven't had a time to discuss it as a team, and we hope to follow up with you next week.
Okay, I think the requirement to report to the state is one thing. I'm interested too in perspectives on what and how we report to our community. So I'll look for your update on that in a future conversation.
Okay, board members, we will now move on to the consent agenda. This item will actually be on our next meeting, August 27th, and it'll be up for approval. At this time, we don't have anybody presenting on it, but if you want to just look over those and see if you have any questions on the items on consent. All right. Hearing no questions. We're going to take our closed session agenda item and move that down to our agenda when we have some guest speakers who will be speaking with us. So we'll move on now to the next item, which is to consider approval of the student code of conduct and dress code. Again, this is not on vote for tonight. This is for discussion vote at our August 27th meeting. I know there was a lot of questions on Redline. The committee did a lot of work. It sounded like they did a rewrite. Did they rewrite everything we're looking at? Are there what pages? Can you help guide the conversation as y'all set this up?
I would just like the ability to be able to look at the old student code of conduct compared to this new student code of conduct, and maybe send feedback to staff during this week, because we've really had no board input on this as of yet.
Right, this is our first look at it. So definitely no votes tonight.
Well, when it's not redlined and not highlighted, it's really hard to compare. And when we weren't given the last year's.
So I would like to address that if I may. Sorry, Mr. McKay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I agree with Grace that it would make it easier if we had the old version and the new version to compare and contrast.
I think we could put them, sorry, Dr. Gearing, go ahead.
As I understand it, both versions are in your extras in board book. And so you do have both. And as I was reviewing this, I looked at the request for a red line, and as I read the old version and then read the new version, it made no sense to me to try to redline the old one and the new one because they're completely different. So,
well, and the board did not receive the extras until very late.
Yes, ma'am, but that's the whole purpose of agenda review, right? So we're going to present that tonight, and John's going to explain to you the process that we've been through. And then you'll have a whole week of opportunity to ask questions, to digest the two documents, to explore the differences, and then we'll come back for more robust conversation next week, and that's when we're asking for your approval. So
I guess my concern is, in the past we've been given things with ample notice to review. This is coming very last minute. We're being asked to make vast changes, and giving it to us when we have meetings back to back is just very challenging.
Well, so I mean, we wouldn't give it to you with more than a week's notice in a normal time, and so I'm not sure that I understand the concern. But certainly we have the ability to talk about it tonight, and I'd be happy to spend as much time with you during the week as we go through to address any concerns that you have, and before we come for vote next week.
Dr. Gearing, I apologize. I do see it now in the extras, so thank you.
Good, you're welcome.
I wanted to mention before John started, Alexis and I were on that committee, and I'll say one of the first things that started, they had the existing document, and then we had our first meeting, and it was pretty apparent that the committee was just like, we didn't want to redline that one. The committee was like, there was nothing to redline there. it was a start over. But to Grace's point, having, and I know it's in board, but just being able to read what's in previous policy, easy, accessibly, but it is not something you could redline. I guess if you wanted it, the entire document would be, struck out and the new one there. So, sorry, go ahead, John. Stop interrupting.
Good evening again, Madam President, trustees, and Dr. Gearing. This evening, we are presenting the Student Code of Conduct for the 2021 school year. The Student Code of Conduct did not have any changes from last year except in the dress code area. Since it was not a legislative year, the majority of the handbook was not changed, the Student Code of Conduct. The only areas that were changed was in the dress code area. As you're aware, at the July board meeting, the administration requested additional time to review our student dress code, and over the last month, a committee of trustees, parents, students, and campus and district staff began work to review and revise the dress code. The committee met formally 3 times and informally shared ideas through Google Documents. The committee members were very open and honest in their feedback and worked diligently to create a dress code that represents our community and provides clear guidance to our students and staff the expectations for student dress. The committee worked hard to balance the health and safety of our students while maintaining a focus on equity and non-discrimination. Trustees, you can see the dress code was completely revised and rewritten, and the committee worked hard over the last month. I want to thank the committee for their work, and I appreciate the feedback provided from each committee member. I also want to thank Brian Miller, our Senior Director of Student Support Services, for leading and facilitating the work. The committee worked hard to create very clear guidelines and try to take away any vague language. You have the Student Code of Conduct and the revised dress code, and at this time, are there any questions or discussions? And as I stated, the Student Code of Conduct did not have any changes except in the dress code area.
So John, is it then, if I'm looking at this, page 9 through 11, those are the ones that were completely rewritten. So what you're saying is if I look at the draft, page 1 through 8, and then 12 through 30, whatever, those are all remaining exactly the same.
Yes,
so if we
ma'am.
looked at a red line version, it would just be on pages 9 through 11, and it would have been the whole thing because page 9 through 11 was rewritten.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
All right. Thank y'all. This is a lot of work. I'd love to hear Alexis and Gloria kind of from trustees what it was like on this committee, kind of what y'all thought and anything you think would be important to point out to us. I really appreciate the committee doing extensive work and coming together. I heard just great reports all over, and that's exciting to see the community come together with school board trustees, thinking how we're making our system better. So, Alexis, Gloria?
I'll start. I thought I will give kudos to Brian. He did a really good job. We did a lot of breakout sessions of what are the things you like, what don't you like, where can we improve, and we did that a lot. We had a Google Doc where we shared different things and then kind of built from that point. I thought it was great that we had administrators from our different schools and teachers there, as well as parents and board members. And so it was good to hear different perspectives. We had a high school principal there, and I really valued hearing her opinion about, yes, it's big changes. And she said, but I think one of the things that we knew is our previous dress code was not being followed. And I had mentioned this before. I think when you have a student code, you have this handbook, but you have pages of it that we're okay with nobody following, that no one follows. You lose value in your entire document, right? Where's the integrity in any of that document if we follow all these pages, but we don't follow that page or that page. And so I think that was really important of creating something that our community felt comfortable with and that our school administrators and teachers felt comfortable with. So there was a lot of really good discussion back and forth on some items, and I think probably a lot of breakout rooms, right? Alexa can say sometimes you got in a breakout room with 4 people and you were like, yes, we're all on the same wavelength and this is what we want. And then Brian would give us the notice that we had 1 minute left in that breakout room, and we closed it up, would share what would happen and go in the next breakout room. And you may be in a breakout room with, it's completely different people and sharing those ideas. So I think he did a really good job moving this along and making sure that everyone was able to voice their opinions and their concerns.
Yeah, it was a really good process. It was for Zoom, it's hard when you're all remote and trying to have those discussions, but I think I hijacked a lot of conversations about hats. So, we, in a lot of the groups we talked in is the overall guidelines of what our COVID procedures will be and how they might supersede some dress code temporarily. And so I think that's a big discussion we need to have, because clearly it states in the dress code as it's written, no mask of any kind. And so, but we removed the hat policy. And so under COVID, I think, we need to have some guidelines on superseding policy that we're going to follow for safety and protocols. And I think it's good that the board, I think we should take some time and maybe do our red lines or submit them, or any tweaks. I think we try to encompass everything, but I still think we have some an area or two where it leaves some discretion, and I think that was our goal, was to kind of remove any of that. We wanted something that every campus can follow clearly, and so I don't think there should be any problem with us taking some time to submit additional feedback, because it's hard in those breakout rooms to clearly define everything. And so that's just my opinion.
That's an excellent point, Alexis. It's coming up for a vote on the 27th, but if trustees, if after this week we need more time, certainly let's talk about that then. So yes, that's a great point, Alexis.
Yeah, I appreciate the positive language that was brought. It's nicer to say what's good than what you can't do. I think that's real important to students and teachers and those that have to enforce it. I do worry about a couple of pieces to me are very subjective. Who's going to decide on that? And maybe that's the point. You want to just leave it and let each school figure it out for themselves. But I think the suggestions I'm going to submit are along those lines. If we're going to call 4A bothers me just because it's trying to encompass everything, but yet somebody's going to have to define what those words mean and what kids get called out for things and what kids don't. So that bothers me a little bit. So I like to see that tightened up a little bit. I am thrilled that athletic attire gets to be worn now. I fought for years for Nike shorts and just thrilled that that's there. As long as we cover the buttocks. So I appreciate that. I do have a little problem of why bra straps are considered okay now. Can y'all explain what that's about? What that discussion entailed?
I know for some of the sessions that I was in, we were talking about you have young women who are their undergarments. We had rules, I guess, on how wide straps had to be before. And when you have these requirements, you have also teachers and other folks policing and going over and measuring items. And so there were a lot of parents that said they did not want administrators or teachers going up and measuring items on their child. And so it was like, if part of your strap shows, it's okay. I mean, the big part of that is we don't want these items to show, but if your strap was showing, then your strap is showing. if the waistband, top of your underwear is showing, that's what's showing. And, you know, I was thinking about this today as I was getting ready, because here I am for this board meeting, and I thought, oh no, like I have to put a jacket on, and I need to change some things here, because this would have been a reason to send me home from school before. And so that's what we were thinking, Pam, with that.
And that's perfect. I mean, the same shirt here, all the time, right? You're constantly doing this. That doesn't bother me. The way it reads, however, makes it sound like wear your undergarments. You want to throw a little something over it, you can. I just would like to see some of that language tightened up. I think overall it's a great starting, more than just a jumping off document. It's a great document. There's just a couple of things in there I'd like to see tightened up, but I can send my thoughts in to.
With the undergarments, there's one. I'm sorry, Pam, go ahead.
Who do we send it into? To John or Steve? Who gets this?
I think
you can send those into me. Yes, ma'am.
John.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Gloria, go ahead.
With the undergarments, there's a part in there that says like your shirt has to have a front, a back, and a side. And so that would prevent you from just going to school in just the undergarment.
And when I read that, I thought about the t-shirts that there's a front and there's a back, and they're caught on the side down at the hip, but the whole sides are all open, right? And so
that would make a tube top okay.
Those are just, I mean, they're little things, but it's just a couple of tweaks.
And I think it would be great to send those in, and if possible, John and Brian, some of our administrators who were part of that committee, because there were times where I was like, I think maybe this or this. And we had Principal Simpson on there, and she was like, let me tell you why I put that in there. And I was like, okay.
It's a whole nother deal.
And it was kind of like, she's like, I need something that I can manage on my campus, that's not going to be someone measuring, that we can look and we can respond. And so really the language that was chosen was to make things very simple as what they wanted.
And I will say, with the Barber Hills lawsuit today, the federal lawsuit on the hair, we probably need to address that in our dress code.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that too. We talked about hair a lot, and we removed the part that used to be in there about hair. So we did have something in there about hair that was that hair had to only be natural colors, which we know we're not. Everyone, our teachers have different color hair. Everybody has different color hair. So we removed that part, and removing the hair language, I think our discussion was like, okay, we're not going to punish people or exclude them for hair. But I think, as one of our citizens mentioned tonight, it needs to be more than not punishing them. It also needs to feel like it also needs to be protecting them. So I agree, Pam. I think it would be great to put in some language in there that is in regards to the Crown Act and some of the language that was brought up. And I will submit those to you, John and Brian.
We had a citizen comment speaker ask about how this might open up other things. Can we have someone address that at the next meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Would be glad to. On the restrooms and on UIL sports, yes, ma'am. I did make note of those questions.
John, do you want to address them now, or are you okay for the next meeting? I don't want to stop you if you have something you want to go and preview for us.
I am good for next meeting. So.
Okay, good. All right. John and Brian, too, if I could empower y'all, when trustees write in and send in comments, if you know of some discussion the committee had or why they wordsmithed on it or worked on it, can y'all reach back out to the trustees and have that conversation? Does that work?
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think we can do that. I think if we go back and forth, that's violating Open Meetings Act.
It can't talk about trustee conversation, but they can tell us committee results. Is that correct, Sean? Can they tell us why the committee made a decision on something?
That is correct, as long as you're not deliberating with that report. So if it's just a report out from the committee, that's not going to violate like a walking meeting, as they sometimes refer to it. But you can't engage in dialogue, though.
So there couldn't be back and forth.
Correct.
Right, right. And that's what I thought Trish was asking, that we go back and forth, and I just wanted to clarify that we can't do that.
No, yeah, and that's great, Grace, to make sure you can't go back and forth off of. So if you send them to John and Brian, if they would tell you, oh, the committee said XYZ, you can't go back and forth. You just bring it back to the meeting. I just didn't know if y'all wanted to have that information. To make it easier, we can just tell them not to reach out to y'all. We can have this conversation in the board meeting, and that makes it a lot easier on them as well. Trustees are good with that. We can just do that.
Well, is board input going to be taken into account? Or are we going to get submitted? Are we going to get submitted the same document next week?
You'll submit it to John, and then John, what is your plan then? If let's assume we just wait and they submit it all to you. We're not going to follow up with you, or you're not going to follow up with us. We send it to you. Then how do you want to proceed at our next meeting on the 27th?
So as I've been thinking about it this evening, as we receive feedback from the trustees, what I would like to do is similar to what Gloria mentioned, is to receive the feedback and run that through some of the committee members that were through in the process. And as we look and think about the discussions, what revisions that we would make. And if it is not a recommended revision, then we would be able to speak to why that was not a recommended revision to the trustees. And
so the committee is now writing policy, not the school board. I have a problem with that.
As I was going to finish, and if the trustees wanted to continue to have that conversation, we could do it based on the feedback from the committee on why the reason was or was not added, and then y'all could choose to make those decisions after that feedback.
John, if I can sum this up, because the challenge is, right, we can't have deliberations outside of our open meetings. And so that's your way to be able to make sure you're kind of connecting the dots following open meetings. So you would say, here's what's going on, and get that input or that conversation. You'd bring it back to the board and go, here's where the conversation was. The board has ultimate say on what they're going to do based on that conversation. That conversation happens all in our board meeting, and that helps you connect the dots. Is that correct?
And then it may be similar where that is a suggestion, but let me have the opportunity in the next meeting of the trustees to explain where we believe that it may be addressed in this point. Or like the hair conversation, we did have a conversation about hair, and it was purposely left out, thinking that it would be believed that we did not have restrictions on hair, but maybe that we do need to put something in there specific about hair. And so when we leave an item out, that may be for our understanding that the situation involving a student's hair is not going to be addressed because it's not addressed, therefore they can wear their hair as they choose. But based on feedback, we may need to add it because of very good points that someone may bring. And so, yes, there's a lot of different discussions that occur, and we want to include everybody's discussion in that so y'all can have a document that y'all feel comfortable with and that you've had an opportunity to provide feedback. And if we need to change, we will change.
John, what I like about what you're suggesting is it takes away the extra barrier trustees have to remember to not dialogue with you with their revisions. And so that makes it a cleaner process and practice. So that way trustees can send you their comments, and then we come to our August 27th, then in open meetings, we can do that dialogue. It can happen naturally and organically. We don't have to put the stuff there.
I'm just a little unsure on why we're running it back to the committee when we've had the committee's final recommendation.
I guess I'm confused. Why even have committees then if you're not going to value any of the discussion of the committee? That's
not the case, Gloria. We're taking.
I heard you tell John
that the board has final
back and forth because that's violating our discussion. So he said, "Okay, I'm not going to do that." And then his response was, "Let's collect that, give it back, and have a discussion at the board."
My concern is that we seem to have committees making policy for this, very small committees making policy over and over for this district, and things are not being brought to the board anymore. So
we're
I just
going to give our feedback
ownership of what our policy
Can I make a suggestion? This is a process that we probably need to get right, because it's one we want to follow for this issue as well as others, right? We all want to get aligned in terms of how we're going to do this. It seems to me that it would be perfectly appropriate for questions or recommendations to be sent to John or some other designated person for some other topic, where they can be collected. And if there's a response from staff or from people who participated in a committee or whatever, those responses can be provided for informational purposes in writing as responses to all board members. So all board members then get to see all of the questions or all of the recommendations with their responses, so that we have that information before we come back to discuss. And that way we don't have any discussion outside of a board meeting, no deliberation, but we can ask our questions, make our recommendations, have them cataloged, and come back better informed. If that works for everybody, I would suggest that as a template, a prototype for how to handle these kinds of questions.
It absolutely for me, and I thought that was exactly what John Graham just said. So yes to what John and Aaron just recommended.
All right. I was looking in the dress code. I don't see that you're requiring students to wear certain types of shoes on online learning. Are all those just completely overblown? Do I need to go? What happened, do y'all think? Is there anything in there about that we need to know about in that area? What media has been reporting?
I'm currently not wearing shoes in this meeting, just so everyone knows.
Me neither.
We understand that we do have certain standards that we need to maintain in-person learning and in virtual learning, but we also know that there's going to be exceptions made, and we're not going to ask students to stand up and show us their feet to make sure that their feet are covered. But we do need to have some type of standards, because we are still in a learning environment. And like it states in our dress code, our students have rights to feel comfortable in that learning environment. And we want to maintain that right virtually and in person. But we will not be addressing dress code items like shoes and things like that in a virtual environment.
Excellent answer, John.
Trish, I think the press got a hold that we were discussing dress code. They looked at dress code from last year, said they're in virtual right now, and they're trying to apply this dress code right now. And then we got a bunch of people asking us, how dare you make me wear shoes while I'm at my computer all day? So I think it was just maybe it was a slow day for the press. So I don't know.
They love to talk about our dress code. They do it every year.
Yeah, that actually was, and I actually sent an email to that news organization. That was really kind of a unnecessary drive-by, but it's a good point, right? We've got so many things going on nationwide with trying to get kids back to school and keep our teachers safe and try to get online learning where it's going to be robust and the benefit of all the students. And it was really disappointing that somebody would think that they're going to go in and cherry pick one item out of a dress code to create a news story. So yeah, it was really disappointing.
All right. I think that is all we have for the student dress code. Again, committee, great job. There's a lot of work I see in here. That's tremendous. Thank you, John and Brian and the whole team for leading that. Just moving this discussion forward, really appreciate it. And board members, please get your questions off to John. All right, anything else? All right, we'll move on to the next agenda item after dress code, which is consider extended virtual learning through phased opening.
Madam President, may I ask a procedural question?
Yes.
I just didn't want to forget about our guests. I wasn't sure if you were doing this on purpose.
Yes. I was gonna
Very good.
actually, yeah, that's fair enough. I was trying to get us through some of these topics that I know a lot of the trustees are still asking and are point of mind. And then after that, I guess I should go ahead and give our trustees a heads up. We have guests that are coming to present on several items. So after this item, we're gonna be jumping around because we have guests lined up to speak on several different items.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
That's great.
All right, so I believe that Corey is running slides. There we go. So I want to start out by just making sure that folks understand what this item is about and what the board will be approving next week. So currently we are operating under Austin Travis County Health Department guidelines that have us 100% virtual until September 8th. Currently in the Travis County staging system, we are still in stage 4. Although our numbers indicate that we are very close to being back into stage 3. And I would suspect that it's a matter of days, probably before we officially get moved back into stage 3. What we're bringing to the board is a request to approve a waiver for TEA that will allow us to extend virtual empowered learning for an additional 4 weeks beyond September 8th. And this waiver would allow us to be 100% virtual for some of that time. However, TEA has made it clear that this is the time when we have to start bringing students back in person, because at the end of that 4-week period, we will be required to allow anybody who wishes to return to in-person learning to return to in-person learning in our schools. And so we are bringing you a request to approve next week the waiver that will allow us this additional 4-week period. But we also want to lay out what that phased opening of in-person learning will look like in that time, so that there's a clear understanding of what it is that we're required to do and how we're going to go about doing that as safely as possible for our staff and their families, and for our students and their families. And so we know that it's critically important for our students' mental health and well-being, for their emotional health and well-being, for their physical health and well-being, and also for their academic health and well-being, for them to be in person. The job that we are designed to do as a human capacity organization is one of connecting human beings together in person. And so our striving is to be back in person as much as we possibly can be, while acknowledging the fact that we're in a global pandemic, that we have to protect the health and well-being of all the individuals involved in public education of our children and our community. And to be honest, we want to do this in a way that is slow and steady so that we can stay open for the longest time possible. So as I've listened to the health departments and the epidemiologists, there seems to be some consensus of the fact that as we start to open schools again, the virus is going to spread. And as it does that, at some point in time, it's quite possible that we'll have to shut down school again. And so we're trying to prepare for every eventuality. We're trying to prepare for as much consistency as we can provide over the long term for our students and for our faculty, in order to provide the level of excellence that our community has come to expect from us. And so we know that this is not school as normal. We know that this is not how we would like to be doing things, but it is our reality, and we're going to do it the best possible way that we can. And so starting on September 8th, we are going to start. We're going to jump right in, and we're going to continuously improve, just like we have after jumping in last Thursday with 100% virtual empowered learning. And we're going to fight for our kids every single day, and we're going to make sure that we never give up. And we have demonstrated that up until now, and we're going to continue. Our job is to open and stay open. We will only be successful at that, I believe, if we can reduce the number of in-person students that we have at any one particular time in the building. We have investigated every possible option and how to do that effectively. And we've come up with a plan that we think will work, but we'll only really know in reality when we start to try to do it. And so we are learning very quickly to be very adaptable, very flexible, to pivot very quickly, to recognize issues as we see them, to own those issues as we see them, and then to find solutions on an individual basis if necessary to try to get around whatever those challenges are. We do have teams that are working extremely hard on putting together great protocols. Those are complicated. There's a lot of different things that could happen. We don't know exactly what. We're trying to plan for every eventuality, but that means that there's a lot of information that has to be available depending on what the scenario is. And it's very difficult to keep all of that in working memory. And so our teams have put together some really effective documents that help to outline what all of those protocols are. And those will be able to easily reference as things happen, to be able to say, should this happen, then this is what we're going to try to do. Should this happen, this is what we're going to try to do. And if something untoward happens that we didn't anticipate, then this is what we're going to try to do. We are aligning very closely with public health guidelines. We're listening extremely closely to Dr. Escott and Austin Travis County Public Health. And we're also working very closely with Dr. Palazzo and Justine out of Williamson County Public Health to make sure that we understand what the situation is at any given moment in time and what our response should be in their opinion. It's just like bad weather. When bad weather happens, we consult meteorologists to make the best decisions that we can about school closures. And in this case, with the global pandemic happening, we're going to consult our health professionals to help guide us through what this should look like and how we will keep school open if possible, but when it'll be time to close schools as well. We're very grateful to both of those entities for the guidance that they've given. They've put out documents in the last week or so that really do give us some pretty clear direction about what to do, and we're going to outline exactly how we're going to utilize those. And we really are trying to listen very carefully to everyone's voice in this, and we're trying as best we can to provide as much choice as possible. As I've said before, when we give choice to students and parents, that puts us in the very difficult position of allowing less choice for our staff. And so the voices that we've heard tonight are absolutely right. At some point in time, we have to bring our faculty back in person in order to make sure that in-person learning can happen for our students. And that's just the reality of our situation. And so we are asking them to all come back on September 8th into their buildings and be ready to start receiving students. And with that, I'm going to turn you over to the team so that they can start to walk you through exactly what the plan is and what we're asking for approval for next week.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. As Dr. Gearing described, we want to take every opportunity to protect the safety and health of our students and staff, while we also know it is important for many of our students to be in person. So many of our educators have been doing a fantastic job of overcoming the challenges of the start of school and delivering quality virtual learning, but we know in-person learning serves many of our kids based on their situation. So per the Texas Education Agency, districts can start the year virtual for 4 weeks, plus an additional 4 weeks with board approval. So our first set of 4 weeks was up till September 8th. And so what we're discussing today is the 4 weeks following September 8th. Without board approval, we would need to open for in-person learning for any family that chose that mode of learning. The CDC, or Center for Disease Control, has stated that a community with a positive test case rate, which is an average over 7 days, greater than 5% is considered a hotspot. Currently, Travis and Williamson County have used this as a consideration for guidance to schools districts about the conditions under which they should open. This slide says that we're at 10%. Actually, you saw previously from what Dr. Gearing presented that we are over 10% in a positive test rate in our area. I'm going to hand it over to Kimberly Waltman. She has been helping us lead a lot of great work regarding what these phases could look like.
Can I ask a question before you do? I hate to interrupt the flow, but I want to ask it here because it's relevant to the dates and timing. I was trying to do a little math about the 4 weeks and the 4 weeks from the commissioner's direction. Our high school students didn't start until a week following our elementary and middle school students, who really started 2 days of that week earlier. Is there a chance we get an extra week after Labor Day, the week following Labor Day?
Mr. Johnson, so those are 2 days, and those 2 days factor into minutes. And so because we're still responsible for providing a total amount of minutes over the course of the year, we couldn't extend the time any further without having to cause our high school students to have to make up more days on the back end of the school year.
No, sorry. Maybe I didn't ask my question clearly. I'm trying to figure out where the first 4 weeks ends based on how we started school. Because if we look at this as an 8-week window, potentially, I'm trying to figure out exactly where it starts and ends to try and maximize that window. And then I have some other questions about what could potentially affect that window, but I wanted to start there.
Aaron, thank you for the question, and it's a valid one, and one that I think we're going to address in the presentation with some specific dates. So if you don't mind, can we run through that presentation and then we'll come back to this question specifically?
Sure.
Because I think you're right in that we're not hitting exactly 4 weeks with a September 8th start. So let us go through what we do have in the plan, and then I'm happy to come back and address this question because it affects both this 4 weeks and the next 4 weeks. You're correct.
Dr. Gearing, I can promise you that trustees are going to have lots of questions. And if we have to wait for the whole 41 slides, we might burst. Can you please kind of interject at the parts where you're ready for questions so we know when that interjection can happen? So we're not.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Kimberly Waltman. And Madam President, just so you know, there aren't 41 slides. There's just 2 more. And we'll be able to answer all the questions you have, ma'am.
Awesome. I was just looking at my board extras. It said I had 41 slides in there. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I wanted to start with talking about our phase-in plan. Just as Aaron was wondering about when this would start, our team has looked at starting that September the 8th and having that 4 weeks go through October the 4th. And so any of our families that have chose in-person learning will be able to phase in their students so that we can start serving some students in person. So we have decided to bring forward to you a 3-phase option. Our first phase will be 9 days, so not quite 2 weeks because we are off of school on September the 7th, but then the phase 2 and phase 3 would both be 1 week with smaller groups of students coming in. So for phase 1, starting September the 8th, we recognize that we have several students at home that have additional needs that are having difficulty accessing their learning virtually. And so we would like to start with bringing our students that are served through special education so they can get their in-person support if they choose to come in person, so that we can implement their IEP in person, as well as continue to implement IEPs virtually, as well as 504 plans through virtual empowered learning. We know that bringing our earliest learners back into the school building, if they choose, is going to be important. So our recommendation would be to bring pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade in elementary. And then for middle school, recognizing that in the spring, many of our rising 6th graders or our current 6th graders were not able to transition into middle school as we typically would and know in order to set our students up for success. We weren't able to do that in person. And so we would like to bring our 6th graders as well as our 9th graders, our 8th graders rising into high school for the first time. that opportunity to take a couple of weeks to acclimate with their new setting and be supported as they are transitioning into schools. This will also help us give some time for our campus leaders the opportunity to refine systems and to assess and monitor the safety and health of our students and our staff. And that will be important as we have lots of systems in place, as we have mentioned before, and protocols. We want those to be solid. We want our staff and our students to be safe. And having a 2-week phase one will give our teams the opportunity to work together to do that. We also will provide the opportunity for any of our students that do not have internet access. We want to provide a space for them to access their learning virtually. As well as Dr. Gearing just talked about, we would ask that our staff come back to campus on September the 8th. We know that in order for them to be able to serve our community students, that we need to make sure that their children are taken care of so that they are able to plan intentionally, meet the needs of our students, and plan meaningful learning opportunities without being a parent and doing their own children's learning as well. We want them to be able to devote their time to our community and our students on campus. So phase two would start September 21st through 25th. So it would include all of our phase one students, but we'll be adding 2nd grade to elementary, 7th grade to middle school, and 10th grade to high school. And then all other students would remain in virtual empowered learning. This is one phase, so we are bringing in 1 grade level per elementary, middle, and high school. So just phasing those students in to continue to monitor our systems to make sure that we are able to mitigate that risk and support our students and our staff and their health needs and instructional needs. And phase 3 would be September 28th through October the 2nd. That includes phase 1, phase 2, and we're adding in our 3rd grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade. Knowing that on October the 5th, any family that chose in-person learning, the rest of our students will be able to return in person if they choose. And we know that there are many student groups. We had a very difficult time looking at this. We want to serve all of our kids. We want all of our kids back that choose to come back, but we do know we need to do that very cautiously to recognize the health needs of our community and make sure that we're taking care of our people. And so this was our plan that we discussed as a team. We worked with our health team as well to look at local guidance, get their recommendations for the school setting, as well as meet with campus principals to make sure that we had a great plan in place to serve our students starting September the 8th.
So I think this would be a good time, Devin, if you agree, for us to just pause for a second. Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
So Aaron, to your point, if we started August 13th, help me make sure that I did the math right. So 4 weeks takes us to September 10th. Is that correct?
Yes, and longer for high school, right?
Correct. Okay, so we need to talk about that a little bit because I'm not sure that's correct. And the reason is the exact thing that Devin referenced earlier. So it is possible, we don't know this 100% yet because we haven't processed all of it yet, but we may have enough minutes built into our schedules already for high school students to not have to make up those 2 days that were missed at the start of school. So that will be an interesting question to find the answer to. Having said that, in grades pre-K through 8, the 4 weeks would take us to September 10th. It seems to make sense to me to start in the week rather than starting in the middle of the week, but we could do that. 4 weeks after September 10th would take us to October 8th, which you can see is the Thursday after this. Ending of this is October 2nd is a Friday, so October 5th would be that Monday of that following week. So I'm happy to have this conversation. I just wanted to make sure my math was correct as I looked at that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to point out earlier. I'm just trying to think through the options that give us potentially a little extra flexibility around dates. And then kind of the related question is what happens if Dr. Escott extends his order by 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks between now and Labor Day?
So, Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry, Dr. Gearin, did you want to answer that?
No, go ahead, and I'll jump in.
So I believe Dr. Gearin mentioned this earlier, but TEA gives us 4 weeks. Currently, they gave us the first 4 weeks where we could do virtual only. Upon board approval, we can do the second set of 4 weeks for a total of 8 weeks, where we can have a flexible start to the school year and not bring all of our students back. Beyond those 8 weeks, TEA has not given us, the Texas Education Agency has not given us an option that is anything less than any student who chose in-person learning being able to return to in-person learning.
I will point out one more thing about Dr. Escott's order right now. So in stage 4, which is where we are right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Patterville, but that allows us to have up to 25% of our students in in-person learning, even in stage 4 where we are right now. So we've opted to go to 100% virtual empowered learning until September 8th. But in reality, we could actually have some of our students in person right now if we chose to.
Grace?
Yeah, what about teacher kids? Are they all and staff kids? Are they all started in phase 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Gearing, I apologize because we didn't get to follow up on this conversation. And I don't like conversations that ever make it sound like we're on the spot. So let me just preface this by saying, just because I got one answer at one meeting doesn't mean that answer is still the same, and things could change. And we might not have had time to find out what's changed. But when I was on a commissioner call with trustees, the question was asked about what happens after that first 4-week waiver. And he indicated pretty strongly that there could be a case-by-case basis waiver. The problem I'm finding is that after that conversation later, there was a lot of things said where trustees feel like there's thoughts or possibilities, but is there really a guideline or a path or a way to really do it? Do we have any more details on if a case-by-case waiver really exists or what even that would look like? Because it seems like that's kind of how our timeline is really impacted, is by the waivers that we can get.
Thank you for that question, Madam President. And I'm going to turn it to Devin because he actually, I think, just sent me today the answer to that question.
So we do have a waiver for the second set of 4 weeks, and we're still actually waiting for the Texas Education Agency to provide more articulate information about what a case-by-case waiver could look like.
Thank you. I wish it'd provide that sooner, but thank you.
Sorry to come back to my earlier question, but just a couple of things as follow-ups. I think the first point I was trying to make was simply that a renewed order by Dr. Escott could interrupt this plan. Yes, we may have authority under that order today for 25%, but I think this plan would take us to 50%, which means we'd have to somehow adjust the timing of this potentially depending on that order. So it was really just a call out to suggest that there are potential actions that could disrupt this timeline. And then I guess the second related observation or question is there's been some question about who has authority to make various decisions or declarations about schools being open or closed in this environment. What happens if Dr. Escott says one thing and the commissioner says another thing beyond pick your date, right? I mean, at any point in time here in September or October or November, do we have clear direction from a legal perspective about who we listen to or what decisions we make with potentially conflicting direction?
My understanding is that school boards ultimately have decision-making authority on when to open and close school in this situation now. That is going to be, challenging to do in an environment where the state is telling us one thing, a health authority is telling us something different, and we're choosing to make a decision based on what we know is best for our community. So that I think you point out the perfect storm that we find ourselves in. But to answer your question directly, I believe that right now the direction that we've been given is that school boards have most of the authority in this decision making.
Yeah, I think that part has been unambiguous. The question is, if we make a decision that runs afoul of TEA rules for funding, for attendance and funding rules, we may not get funding for certain days or numbers of students or whatever. While if we decide to convene school or have students at school, we may run afoul of a public health official's order, and there are risks associated with that, although I'm not sure I fully understand what those risks are or what those potential consequences are. So I guess I'm trying to understand if we come to those kinds of scenarios, I want to game out what those consequences are so that we as a local body have a clear understanding about making some of those choices with conflicting direction.
Right. I don't want to have to furlough teachers.
Yeah, I think that was what the waiver that TEA or the trustees on that meeting was actually talking about. It's going to be individually decided just because of the scenarios you brought up, Aaron, because we don't know. Today, EPSCOT is saying this is what he wants. He wants a phase in, which absolutely matches what TEA is saying they want and what parents are saying they want that want to send their kids back to school. If we have some kind of spike in a week and a half, you know, as well as I do, all this gets thrown out and we go back. But I do think we have to make some kind of plan to move forward of what we know today and what the trend is showing.
I don't disagree. I just want to make sure we have our contingencies prepped.
Sure.
So that when we go down some of those alleys, we've anticipated them, right? We know the consequences of our decisions.
Dr. Garing, so right now with Travis County, it's at this phase 4, which is 25% capacity, right? And that phase 1 that we're looking at here, this will keep us within that 25%. So at phase 2, what if Travis County has not changed and they're still at 25% capacity? Where will this phase 2 put us at?
So this will take us closer to 50%, which Dr. Escott's recommendation to us as school districts was to start on September 8th, phasing back in at 25%. He recommended 2 weeks at each phase, and then go into the next phase when we felt like it was safe to do so, and then going to 50% and 75%. The problem with that is that it would take us 6 weeks to complete that phase-in plan, and we've only been given the ability to do 4 weeks. So we've compressed the second 2 phases to a week each in order to get into TEA's guidelines to make sure that we're following their guidance. And so we are bringing you this modified phase-in schedule. We made the first phase longer because we know what happens when we first do something. It takes us a little while to figure out, you know, what's happening and how to respond. So we felt like we needed a little more time at phase 1 to try to mitigate whatever happens as we bring kids back in person before we start moving to phase 2. This is, of course, not something that we're going to do regardless of what's happening in reality. So if we get to the end of the second week of phase 1 and things are totally out of control, then we're going to come back to the board in an emergency meeting or something to say, you know, we're not ready. We don't think we can do this. It's not safe for our staff. It's not safe for our children. And we're gonna ask for a different plan. I think to Aaron's point, he's asking, so what is that different plan, and do we understand the consequences of that when we do that? And I think that's absolutely valid question to ask. So we'll make sure to do that homework and bring that back to you.
And those roles and consequences may change 20 times between now and then, but it's still good for us to know them. I agree. A question that I'm I keep coming to as I'm looking at this, we haven't asked our staff in a long time, like where they're at with all this. We know we sent a survey out, and that survey was a long time ago. It was before we really had a spike. It was also, we heard from a lot of staff that given the language in the survey or whatever, they did not feel comfortable really being honest with how they felt. Could we consider, can we discuss sending something out so that we get a genuine perspective of where our staff feels with, are they comfortable, asking them, are you comfortable coming back to campus? And I mean, I feel like if we say this is what we're going to do, but we don't have the staff to do it, and we're putting a lot of older staff that are, they're immunocompromised, they have people in their households we're putting them in situations that they're not comfortable with. I don't feel like we have real numbers on that right now.
I think that for me begs a different question. And the different question is what is our willingness to make a different decision than bringing kids back in person? And before we can because I'm happy to ask the staff what they want to do, but if I ask them, then I have to listen to what they say. And if they say they don't want to come back, then we have to be prepared to say that we're not opening in-person learning. And that has consequences. And not only consequences in terms of funding or TEA or any of that, but it has consequences in real time for families who need their kids to be in school in some form or fashion. And unfortunately, I don't think we truly understand all of the circumstances that are out there. This is the true dilemma, because I believe in both sides of that argument. I believe that we should try to keep our staff safe 100%. But I also believe that there are circumstances out there that if we don't open school in person for those who need it, we're going to cause other issues that we just know nothing about. And so as public school, we have, I believe, a responsibility to provide public education for our students in a manner that they can access. And that requires us to open school in person, I believe, when it's safe to do so. The guidance that we've been given and the numbers that we have indicate to me that potentially by September 8th, we'll be in a position to be able to bring some of our students who want to come back safely. We have protocols in place to manage that, and I think we can do it. It's going to require staff, and a lot of staff, to do that safely, not only for the kids, but for the staff as well. And so I'm happy to ask that question, but then we have to be ready to make a different decision.
Can you explain to me what this, I guess I've been hearing different ideologies, or I hear what you're saying, Dr. Gehring. I mean, there is no easy answer to any of this, right? I think we all realize that. I don't know if this is you or Dr. Potterville. If you can talk about our virtual, when we go back into these phases, how are our teachers, is instruction going to stay the same where they are in the classroom instructing and their students are there? We're hearing from family members that their teachers have gone completely virtual or completely face-to-face. So I think I'm confused on how that process is going to work.
Yeah, I'd actually think I'd like to invite Dr. Benz to address that directly. I think he's the right person to do that in this situation. I can't see him, so.
All right, hello everybody. I'm back. So it's going to mean potentially different things for different grade levels and different levels. And Devin, Dr. Padwell, please feel free to jump in at any time. It also could mean slightly different plans that are differentiated for the needs of particular campuses. depending on when we look at the numbers of people who have chosen in-person learning, and then, you know, balance that up against the people that are identified in a phase to be brought back. So at the secondary level, for instance, as people do come back, phase back into in-person learning, that will mean that teachers will be in their classrooms and they will continue to teach virtual empowered learning, and they will have students in home, you know, not at school learning virtually, and they will also have students in their classrooms that they will be teaching directly, but using the virtual empowered learning format and structure and curriculum. And we anticipate that as teachers get better at that, more adept at that, they'll be able to move more fluidly through interacting both with the people. They'll be interacting with all students through digitally, but they'll also be able to work in small groups and interact in real time more fluidly as they get better at it in person as well. At the elementary, it might mean some of that. It might not mean some of that. When we are fully phased back in, when students who have chosen to come back in person at the elementary level, when they, you know, after phase 3, when they're all in, the plan is to have virtual teachers teaching virtually and in-person teachers teaching in person. It is just especially with the self-contained classrooms where students are with their teacher all day, it's easier to set it up that way, and it makes more sense, and it gives more of the individualized attention and face-to-face learning that kids need. While at the high school level, this is the best way to maintain the social distancing and the lower classroom percentages of students in person, while providing flexibility for a student to continue their learning, or even a classroom of students to continue their learning if they were to get quarantined. If a teacher was to get quarantined, that, you know, or as a family decides on an individual basis, you know, that, okay, I'm ready to transition back into in-person, that they will be able to, the transition will be seamless. Theoretically, an entire high school could transition from one day to the next, from, you know, in person and virtual completely to virtual, if the health situation and the directives therein called for it. Devin, how'd I do? Am I missing anything?
No, Dr. Benz, I think you covered a lot there. The only thing I would add is, you know, in speaking with, I'll just speak about our elementary principals. These great leaders have done so much to make sure their class lists really align with kids where the least amount of change is going to happen. But the reality is that with our changing conditions, they have tried to be very upfront with our families that we're going to try to keep you with the same teacher all year. But as families change their choice versus virtual versus in person, that there may need to be changes in what teacher is serving you over the course of the year. Now, everything, to whatever extent possible, we're going to try to have consistency for our children, but our elementary leaders, if they are in a position where that's in the best interest of the safety and health of all of our kids by reducing class size, that's something they would need to do.
So I have a couple of questions. In our registration data, my understanding is roughly half of our students have requested in-person instruction, and roughly half of our students have requested virtual instruction to begin the year. But we're all engaged in virtual instruction right now. So as we phase in, it seems to me that some teacher assignments have to change. And it seems to me there's a lot of confusion about how that's going to happen for our families, but also for our teachers. And to some of the earlier questions, if our target solution is a 50-50-ish model, I understand there's outliers and exceptions and whatnot. It feels like the message to our staff is they all need to be prepared to be in person, but it seems like that's not the case. And so I'm concerned about kind of two related issues here. One where a lot of our staff seem to be feeling pressed into in-person service when, at least initially, we only think we need about 50% of them to be in person. Bruce is shaking his head, so I clearly am misunderstanding. I need somebody to square me up, because I think for me and for our community, this is very confusing. And then for our students and our parents, as we transition from 100% virtual right now to this split in-person and virtual model, it seems like teacher assignments are going to be changing, and I don't know what that looks like. I don't know that we've prepared folks for that.
Dr. Benz, do you want to start that, or do you want me to start that?
I'd be happy to, and I'll try to be as more concise than I was last time. Aaron, I think your assessment is accurate at the elementary level, that the end goal is that there are teachers assigned to virtual and there are teachers assigned to in-person. And so there would be, and actually at some schools it's as low as 36% that would be coming back in person. 36% of the kids, for instance, at Rutledge Elementary School chose to come back in person. The elementary numbers vary, but the model you described absolutely describes the setting that would happen once we phased back in. At the secondary level, we have gone through 3 or 4 different possible iterations, and where we've landed is a plan that was actually crafted by our high school principals, and which ideally that's how it should be, right? So after we worked through a couple of different models, we initially crafted some models. We have had multiple meetings with secondary principals, and at a certain point, maybe a month ago, the high school principals, came to us with a different solution, a plan C or a plan D, and said, here's what we think would provide the most flexibility to our students and our staff, and it would be the least disruptive at the high school level. And so what they proposed was that we keep the master schedule that they had already built. We keep students assigned to the classes and courses that they had chosen and been enrolled in, and that students then that they would continue using the digital platform for instruction as students were phased in and as the in-person learners came to the classes. So every teacher at the secondary level would be in person, with a certain number, give or take, between 40 and 60% of their students, probably right around 50% in most classes, eventually coming back in person. They would be continuing to work with both the virtual students at home and the students in their classroom via the computer. So one of the things to make clear is we're not having the teacher walk around and teach the way they've always taught before in a traditional method and expecting our laptop camera technology to capture their voices or to capture, a broad enough panorama of their movements and what's going on in the classroom. They would be teaching, sitting in front of their in-person class, teaching on a laptop, looking into the screen. And so that's also different from some of the models you've heard from other Central Texas districts around us, where they would just be sitting in a classroom and be supervised by any of the adults that are employed with the district. They will be sitting in their chosen classes with their teacher. And the reason that there are several benefits that the principals came to us and talked about. One of the benefits is that this class, the teacher will get to know their students right from the beginning of the year. In fact, they have all of those same kids virtually right now. as people make transitions into in-person learning, they will still have the same classes. They can do a lot. They've learned through the virtual academies that they can do different small groups, different breakout groups. They can mix virtual and in-person students so that the virtual students are getting the best possible experiences, but that the in-person students also have the the advantage of spending time directly with the teachers during some of those independent work times. So in that way, if one student gets sick or a student gets quarantined or a group of students gets quarantined and has to go home, they would continue the very next day. As if they're well enough, right, they would continue to attend classes. And if the teacher was under quarantine and had to go home and chose to continue working, or was even diagnosed but chose to continue working, our HR department has given them the freedom to choose that. And we would need to provide an adult, whether it's a substitute or another adult from that campus, to sit in and actually watch those kids. That teacher would still continue teaching. As kids change their mind, as families decide it's time to transition back into in-person, or if they become more worried with what's going on, they want to transition into virtual, the classroom sizes and numbers and the teacher they're assigned to would not change. They would be able to continue to their learning. And I know I've talked a lot, so I'll just say to wrap this up that when middle school was presented with this additional option that the high school teams had come with, after some discussion, the middle school principals opted that for this kind of a setting as well, and decided and asked us if they could set their courses up in the same way. Again, Dr. Padable, fill in the holes for me, please.
Well, Matt and Dr. Padable, I appreciate all the voices that have gone into kind of doing this and bringing something to the board of kind of what y'all thought through. I want to make sure that I'm clear for board direction. Dr. Gehring, what is it because this is an item that we're going to be voting on. What is it we're going to be voting on? What that you need from the board? That way we can make sure we're focused as what it's going to look like on the 27th.
Thank you, Madam President, and that's precisely right. So what we're asking the board for next week is for you to approve the waiver for us to continue with the additional 4 weeks of virtual empowered learning and the phase-in model that goes with that. And so we wanted to make sure that we gave you a good picture of what that phase-in model will potentially look like. We'll continue to tweak that over the next couple of weeks as we move towards that September 8th date. But really, what we need from the board is the approval of the waiver that will allow us to get that additional 4 weeks that allows us to phase this learning back in person, as opposed to without that waiver on September 8th, we allow everybody who wants to come back for in-person learning back in our buildings.
Can I ask a couple of follow-up questions? I think I'm gaining understanding, but I want to make sure I'm getting the full picture. Based on Matt's description, it sounds to me like the implications of this decision, this approach, one of the implications is that all of our secondary teachers are required then to be in person, because some of their students will be in person and some of them will be virtual. And that then explains why maybe we're hearing some of what we're hearing from our teaching staff, particularly our secondary teaching staff. And for me, at least, this is coming as a bit of surprise and does not seem to me to match what I understood was our broader direction on this. The second concern I have is, given this approach, while we have at a macro level kind of a 50-50 split, have we built our classes in such a way that those classes have a 50-50 split? Because if we haven't, I can see the potential for some classes to be 90% in-person students, and we can't effectively social distance in those environments, and others maybe 10% in person. And so I'm concerned that in this approach, we're not necessarily, unless we've planned this all to the nth degree, we may not be able to serve all of the objectives we have in terms of how we structure these gatherings, these classes.
You make an excellent point, and I also just want to say I'd be remiss if I didn't maybe bring Sarah Grissom and Laurelyn Arterberry into the conversation, since Sarah did spearhead the work with the high school principals and Laurelyn did work with the middle school principals. So it would be disingenuous of me to continue to talk as the person who was the lead in that work. I think there may be some need to balance some of the classes, because Aaron, the 50-50 does apply in general, but that doesn't guarantee a equal 50-50 in every single class, right? And that's what I'm hearing you saying. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly, because, you know, the probability of every class being 50-50 would be, you know, evenly split would be quite low.
So I appreciate that.
To follow up on that, I'm sorry, Bruce, would we at that point, if we only said 15 kids can be in this classroom at a secondary level when it's a normally 35, maybe more kid, would we absolutely stop it? Would we?
Hold on a second, Matt. So sorry, I'm going to interject here a little bit. So yeah. I appreciate this conversation. However, I want to assure you that we have a team of phenomenal people who are working out the details of how to do this. I do not believe that this is the right place for that conversation. We have an outstanding teaching and learning team. We have very strong principals in the district who are working really hard to make sure that the details of this get worked out. What we require from the board is approval of the waiver that will allow us to step forward. We are going to make sure that we social distance kids, that we protect our staff as much as we can, but we can't do that if we don't have the waiver. And so I think we need to perhaps, Madam President, if I can offer it, take a short break and just step away for this for a minute before we come back for further conversation.
No, I think that's great. And I think what would be good or helpful too as trustees, as you're thinking about your question, there's this desire sometimes to know the day-to-day operations that help you figure out maybe your philosophy or what's your vision or your goal. But we want to be clear, right, that Superintendent Gehring and administration, they're in charge of day-to-day. So we want to be sure we're clear in our questions of where we're going, right? We're not about the day-to-day. Where's the philosophy or where's the vision? Or how is this information going to impact whether or not we want to improve the waiver so we can keep that direction?
Well, I've got and I'm fine with taking a break, but it is our responsibility to either vote this thing up or vote this thing down, correct?
The waiver, yes.
Yeah, so,
that's absolutely correct.
Right, but the problem I have with the waiver is I want to vote for the waiver that we stay 8 weeks of virtual learning, but what I'm hearing is we're not really voting for that waiver. We have to vote for that waiver, but also with the conditions that we're bringing teachers back into the classroom, which kind of negates the whole purpose of the waiver, in my opinion. So I've got a bit of an issue with that, right? How do we uncouple those two pieces? And do you want me to approve the waiver? Absolutely. I'll vote yes right now, but what you're telling me is by voting yes for that waiver, I'm also voting to send teachers back into the classroom before it's safe. And I will not do that. So my only option is to say, no, Dr. Gehring, I'm going to vote no on the waiver, which then forces teachers to come back early. So either way, I'm lose-lose.
No, I don't think that's your only option. And that's where the real board work comes in. So the board has the ability to have this conversation and say, you know, we don't think it's safe to bring teachers back into the classroom on September 8th. And we don't think that an additional 4 weeks with a phase-in approach is right. And we're making a decision to instruct the administration to do X, Y, or Z. That is entirely up to the board to do. What you have to understand is that there are consequences to that decision. If you direct us in a certain direction and say, we're not comfortable with the plan that you're laying out for us, and understand, please, that the plan that we're laying out for you is one that gives us the most flexibility that we've been provided by the state. And that's what we're presenting to you. So we're pushing the envelope as far as we can push it and stay inside the guidelines that we've been given. If the board decides to step out of those guidelines, then we need to be given direction to do that by the board as a whole. And that is true board work. And so if we want to shift this conversation in that direction, I'm happy to do that. But I don't think we should have a conversation about the details of a phase-in approach, because that's why you hire us, is to take care of those details. But I think we got to elevate the conversation at the board level back to where it needs to be. Is, do you want us to apply for the waiver, number one? If you do, what do you want us to do with it? If you don't want us to bring teachers back in person, then we won't bring kids back in person. Then give us that direction, and we'll go work out a plan to make that happen.
Right.
We do need to take a break, but Pam's had her mic off, so I want to be sure to get you in before we go to break.
I'll ask it when I get back.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll get back.
that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark, let us know when we, or somebody, let us know when we can begin.
I'll push record right now.
Great. All right, we are now back from our 5-minute break. And going back into, we are on the agenda item discussing the phasing reopening. And Jim, you had left off, or yeah, Dr. Gehring?
I would like to allow Kimberly just to explain a little bit about what special services will look like at the secondary level. I think that might add to the conversation.
Sure. So I want to start with talking about our inclusive culture and our inclusive mindset. I've talked before in our board meetings and in our webinars about how it's really important for us to be very intentional to not lose our inclusive culture. And so even in our special program setting in secondary, if it is written in the student's plan that they will be served through inclusion with inclusion minutes, we will absolutely make sure that that happens. We will have safety protocols in place so that our students, maybe that are served in the ICAP setting or the SLE setting, will be able to leave that setting as is best for them to be able to go into their additional classrooms to receive the services that they need. So want to be very clear that we intend to honor the needs of our students through those inclusive practices to meet their needs. When I first talked with the secondary principals about the virtual plan, our teachers will still be teaching virtually into those in-person students. My special programs hat went, wait a minute, what about our students that need that additional learning, that hands-on learning, small group instruction, that inclusion teacher or support staff that might come into the classroom to support. And my shoulders kind of relaxed a little bit. Our principals were planning for that. So they absolutely want to make sure that our students are able to get that small group instruction with the manipulatives that are sanitized in between student use. So our students that come in person during those independent or asynchronous learning times, our staff will be there to support their learning needs. We know that many of them are coming in person because virtual learning does not meet their learning needs and it didn't work for them. And so we want to make sure that those opportunities are provided for those students, even within that secondary structure. Our staff will be supporting students as written in their plans. So thank you, Dr. Gehring, for allowing me to add that. I think that's important for our families to know, as well as our school board to know that we are serving our students as outlined to meet their needs.
Kimberly, if we have special education students who are also really, I think there's a, part of our population of special education students that are high risk and their families may not want them to come in. Have we planned how we will still provide all of their services and meet their IEPs given a virtual environment?
Yes. I spoke at the last board meeting when we talked about this. I want parents to have the choice to meet the needs of their students. And there are just as many parents that are reaching out saying they want their students back in person, just as I'm receiving information that they don't want their students back in person because of medical needs or additional concerns that they have. And so we are committed to making sure that we are implementing those IEPs and those 504 plans as written as best as we can. We know that there are some services within a student's plan that are very, very difficult to meet over Zoom or over Google, but we are absolutely doing the best that we can. We have our staff being trained. Our OTs and our LSSPs and our speech therapists are being trained in the telepractice and telehealth so that they're still able to provide that. I received some videos today from our adaptive PE staff with how they are serving our students with very creative equipment virtually. So our staff is rising to that challenge. We know that there are going to be some students that would be better served in person, but for many reasons aren't able to come in person. And so we, it's our expectation that our staff is communicating with our families. We know that the family voice and that input is really important. And so along the way, if there is something that we're struggling to meet, we're going to have communications, we're going to have our meetings and talk that through and collaborate on how can we best meet the student's need. If it's virtually and we're needing some additional ideas or to make some changes to a plan, we're going to walk alongside the parents and partners together to make sure that we're doing the best that we can to meet the individual needs of our students.
Madam President, I think it's important that we look at the timeline of all of this and how this looks. So if you wouldn't mind, I think I'd ask Dr. Padaville to go to the next slide and let him explain to you how this fits with our grading periods and what this could potentially look like for students in terms of their choice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gearing. So the following is our proposed timeline. And just to circle back to what Mr. Johnson brought up earlier, there could be a additional set of days that we use to change some of these dates. But for the most part, some of the timeframes here are pretty correct. So on September 8th, we would open with phase 1 that was described by Ms. Waltman. Since the second phase begins on September 21st, we would launch a public communication to confirm that we are in a place where we could begin phase 2, and that communication would come out on September 16th. On September 18th, this would mark the end of the first 6 weeks grading period for middle school and high school. This is noteworthy because this is the mark when families can request to change their learning setting, whether they're virtual or in person, for the next grading period. And our campuses would help communicate and manage that process. On September 29th, we would communicate to confirm that we are moving into phase 3. And then finally, on October 5th, all students, regardless of grade level or setting, all students, any family that chose in-person learning would return to school, so all grade levels. And on this date, we would also allow families to change their learning setting instead of waiting until October 9th. So that October 9th date is the end of the 9-week grading period. And previously, we had told elementary parents that if you wanted to change your setting from being virtual and going in person, or being in person and going to virtual, that we wanted families, we would make that change for families on October 9th. But in this setting, we would allow that change to take place on October 5th, a week earlier.
I do have a question for when we vote next week, and it goes back a little bit to trustees' questions, kind of doing some of the thought process. And I'm just trying to imagine the bigger picture, or maybe all the different options that we could see come up. So if we approve the waiver, because I think right now 100%, I mean, keeping the option virtual, we still want to do that. We don't want to open it up. So I see why would approve the waiver. But is there an option anywhere in between doing the phase 1 at September 8th, or could phase 1 move to September 21st, or could phase 3 move to September 28th? And I guess what I'm wondering is, are we choosing these phases based on the waiver that TEA is giving us? Or is this based on a positivity rate? And if we had assurances, Devin, if you reached out to TEA and said, oh, yeah, we're going to do it a case by case, but if you're starting to roll in, if you start September 28th, that's fine, we're going to approve the waiver, then would that change our decision-making process? Would we then look at something different?
No, I appreciate that question, Madam President. So we have the flexibility to adapt our phases within that 4-week period, just to answer the question in the simplest way.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Dr. Gill, let me jump on this real quick because this is an important point. Out in West Texas, where maybe they have a much lower positivity rate, that 4 weeks or 8 weeks, they may be able to do something completely different based on their local circumstance than what we have with greater than 10% 7-day rolling average, right? I get the 8 weeks, and to Tricia's point, if we can uncouple those things and say, we need your approval for the waiver for 8 weeks, we can get there, right? But is the juice worth the squeeze to contact TEA and say, based on our positivity rate and based on the numbers in our local environment, we really want to do the roll-in, but we can't really start phasing these in until the numbers come down, and therefore we need to push when we start phasing in later in that 8 weeks. Or is that, have we even asked that question of TEA? Would they look at that on a case-by-case basis? I can't imagine this being a one size fits all.
So just to clarify on that, I have an email into TEA asking that exact question because Trish and I talked about this a little bit earlier in terms of what she'd heard about a case-by-case waiver after the second 4-week period, so ending on October 5th. So if there's a possibility that we can achieve an individual waiver for LISD on a case-by-case basis with TEA, then that is obviously another option that we have to pursue. Right now, we're not putting that on the table because we don't have that information back from TEA yet about whether that's actually what we'll be able to do or not. I hope that answers the question.
It does.
I wonder, we're asking TA to do that, which is fine. But if they're doing it by case basis, and Dr. Escott is saying that he recommends this phased-in approach, why would they give us a waiver without any additional cases and the case numbers going down? I did a lot of research today because, frankly, the numbers are whatever you want the numbers to be in Travis County. You can find numbers that say, oh, we've dropped and everything's great, and you can find numbers, oh no, we're just now surging. It's really hard for the lay person to get a really accurate figure of what's going on. But one thing they did say in all the reports is that they are backlogged. They're backlogged by at least a month. So some of the cases that they're reporting positive day are cases that were a month old. So I don't even know if we have real numbers and understanding of what's going on. I will say we're either going to follow what the health district is telling us or we're not. We can't pick and choose. And right now they are telling us this is the best method. And I absolutely agree. If we get into this in those first 2 weeks and we have cases and we have to close down, that kind of tells the story, right? We're going to have to either get waivers or make some other really hard decision, as Aaron was talking about. And we need to have those decisions ready to go. But I also think of just so many of these children out there that need to be back in school and how to do that safely with our staff. So I appreciate administration's work on this. There was a question that came in while we were talking from a constituent to Gloria and I asking about elementary school and can essential workers that are out there, such as nurses, doctors, firemen, policemen, is there some way that in the elementary level, all those kids can go back to school during phase 1? And I know you have an answer, Dr. Gehring, so I'm going to let you go ahead and answer that question for those who are wondering about that.
Yeah, thank you, Pam. Unfortunately, you're probably not going to like my answer to that question, but we have chosen to put the needs of our kids first and the needs of our staff first. And so at this time, we have talked about that and decided that we really don't have the capacity to accommodate first responders or essential workers. Essential workers has turned into a bit of a tricky wicket, if I can use that phrase, because lots of folks are essential workers, essentially. And so we do have a partnership with the YMCA, and I believe, and John may be able to help me with this, but I believe that the YMCA Twin Lakes is serving a lot of first responders students, and we're helping with certain aspects of that. But John, you may have to correct me on that.
Yes, sir. Twin Lakes YMCA. Actually, all the YMCA, there's numerous YMCAs throughout Williamson County that are continuing to provide services to allow students to come in, and they're conducting virtual learning and allowing the students to be served and still go through the school setting. And they've set up some very strong programs so students can learn throughout the day, and they are servicing actually some of our staff and other different people throughout the community. And we have been working with them. Yes, sir.
And so let me make sure we state what y'all said. Then as far as the title essential workers, when you look at the federal definition, that could encompass so much you're concerned about how it would overrun the system. But you feel that there's an answer for first responders that y'all set up prior to even this school opening, which is in the YMCA program.
Yes, ma'am, that I think summarizes it well.
Dr. Gearing, I have to come back to this, and I mean no disrespect. Aaron was asking some questions, and I have a lot of questions too. And I mean no disrespect to any of our administration. I know you are working really, really hard on this, and I completely trust in what you are trying to accomplish. I think my questions are more of to help me understand, and not questioning you, but community members, they're asking us, and if I can't answer those questions, that's not acceptable. I think if we have a plan in place and they're asking me questions about that plan and my response is I really don't know, that's not that's not okay to me. So I think that I know it's going to be it may be tough, but a lot of these questions need to be asked. I also think a lot of teachers are watching right now and they have questions. And I know my phone is blowing up, my messages are blowing up, my inbox is blowing up, and I'm sure it's the same with everyone here. Teachers are asking questions. And so I feel like we need to have a forum so that we can answer all those questions. And if it not, yes, I'm going to vote to give 4 weeks because I think that's important and we need those 4 weeks. But how that all happens in that process, we have a lot of teachers that are educators, and not just our teachers, right? Our staff, all of our educators who are scared and concerned, and I think we need to answer those questions for them so that they can make decisions. And some of those are some of the questions that Aaron asked about. I think Aaron asked specifically about middle school and high school. Even if your grades aren't coming back, do you have to go back because staff students are coming in? And I'm not sure if you asked that question, Aaron, and that might have been what my version of it was. But I had the same question for elementary. So I realized that our 4th and 5th grade doesn't come back till way later, but if you're a 4th and 5th grade teacher, do you still have to report back in that building to teach staff students on that first day? So those are just, that's just probably one of the questions that I saw very quickly, but there's a bunch of them that I know we're not all gonna get to tonight. But I think they need to be addressed, and our staff deserves to have those answers. I think as board members, we need to understand all of those nuances so that when people call us and ask us, we're able to communicate those.
And I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Gary.
No, I just wanted to apologize if I came across in any way as to say that the questions are not important or this is not the right forum for those. I think this is the right forum for those questions, and we're happy to answer as many of those questions as possible. So I apologize if I came across poorly.
No, well, I think our conversation has gotten into, we've gotten into the line of operational as opposed to policy and vision. So absolutely. My questions and concerns are not about the day-to-day operations per se, right? To Gloria's point, I think the plan is solid. I said that, in the last presentation. This is a great plan. My only concern is, are we implementing the plan too early based on what our local numbers look like? And I am all for having the discussion about the waiver, for the additional 4 weeks. I think that's a no-brainer. But I think where we get into the as you said, Dr. Goering, the work of the board is what do we do with those extra 4 weeks, right? And so I would really like to Gloria's point, I would like the teachers to be polled. I have had some teachers that say, look, I'm ready to go back in the classroom. I know that not all teachers are, but I'm ready to go. And how many of those are out there that are truly ready to go back into the classroom? And based on that number, what does our population of students that we can accommodate look like, right? There's a lot of those things that devil in the details, but I think a key component is the case by case. If we're sending that question to TEA, I think that answer is going to drive a lot of this conversation. I stumped everybody.
It's a difficult situation. I will say that based on all of the conversations that I've had, based on all of the meetings that I've been in with health county officials, with state officials, with all of those conversations, based on everything I've heard from teachers, based on what I've seen on social media, based on what I know about our families, what I know about the economy, based on all of that information, I'm bringing you a recommendation that we approve the TEA waiver for the additional 4 weeks, and that we do start to bring our students back to in-person learning. Remember, the students have a choice to do that or not. So anybody who doesn't feel comfortable can remain completely virtual. And they can do that actually all the way through to the end of the school year, all the way through to the end of May if they choose that. But I believe there are situations out there that will require students to be in school in person. And I feel like it's our responsibility to offer that opportunity for that to happen. Even if we only bring back 25% of our students, however, I do need all of our staff back in person, because we have to manage that 25% very differently than we were managing 100% of them prior to spring break last year. And so we are asking for our folks to make that sacrifice, and I understand that it's a sacrifice, but I can't do in-person learning for our students if I don't have the incredible faculty that we have. And so we are going to ask them to come back in person on September 8th in order to help us to manage providing instruction virtually and in person for those who choose it. And so that will be our recommendation when we bring it back to the board next week. And then it is the board's job, I believe, to make a decision about whether to accept or make a modified motion or allow us to have direction about what you want us to do next. But that is the recommendation that we're going to bring to the board next week.
When the board originally had discussion way back kind of in March and April, there was discussion about our high-risk teachers being the virtual teachers, but now it seems to have changed to we're doing in person and virtual. Can you speak to that decision and how that was made? Because I didn't catch that.
Yeah, I think there's at the secondary level, we are going to be doing instruction of both our virtual and our in-person students at the same time with the same teacher. And that consideration was made after extensive discussion about what is the safest environment for our kids in terms of cohorting, and what is the most consistent way that we can deliver the best instruction over time without interruption, depending on whether you're in person or virtual, depending on whether you're moving in and out of in-person and virtual because of, somebody's caught the virus and we've had to quarantine or isolate, or the teacher's caught the virus and we've had to quarantine or isolate. And so through extensive discussion and conversation about what's the best way to do that, that was the decision that we came to. And we know this is not perfect and it's not ideal. We'd much rather go back to not having COVID at all, but we have it. And so we've got to deal with it the best way that we can.
And I'm sorry, I understand with high school. I just wanted to clarify middle and elementary, what's being done.
So middle school is operating like high school, and the elementary is a little different because we have natural cohorts of kids in self-contained classrooms for the most part. That's a little different at the upper grade levels, at 4th and 5th grade, where they are already starting to be departmentalized. But so as they explained earlier, we will have some teachers who are virtual teachers. We will have some teachers who are in-person teachers, and trying to keep those kids in those cohorts as much as possible and trying to not change their teacher during the school year. But there's going to be some shifting that will have to happen in that case. We are, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
No, I know some districts are doing where the elementary teachers that are departmentalized, instead of the kids moving classroom, the teachers are moving classrooms. So, no, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Back to Grace's question about high-risk employees. Is there, I mean, I get that we're bringing everyone back because they're going to be teaching virtual and face-to-face at the same time. But I don't know if Carrie Lynn can talk to this about what are the medical, if we get a note, if someone has a note, I mean, what is the process for that? Because I think as board members, we're hearing that I submitted, I'm high blood pressure, I'm high risk, I have arthritis. I mean, and I see some board members saying, yeah, so if teachers are in all of these high risk categories and their physician is saying that they're in a high risk category, what is our process for determining who goes back and what type of doctor notes are accepted and not?
That's a great question, Gloria. And we do have a full process. We've had 209 of our employees go through this process. So it is the same, and it's very outlined by the federal law that oversees FMLA. This is just an extension of that. And so if an employee has an underlying health condition, they can submit the paperwork. And so we have two options. We have an ADA request and also an alternative work assignment, because we have some employees that it's their own health condition, and then we have some employees that it's a family member's health condition. So we have a process for each of those. You know, like you've heard tonight, the secondary, there are no virtual full-time positions. For the elementary, we do have some full-time virtual teaching positions, and we have approved some situations for teachers to work at home, even, you know, as full-time virtual teachers. So they have to apply through HR. They have to submit their doctor's information that their physician is saying that they need this accommodation. And then we work with them to see, you know, are there other things that we can do to accommodate that, like an isolated classroom, just additional PPE? Are there other things that we can accommodate? Then if not, and they're a secondary, we explore, you know, are you certified in other areas that there are positions that are fully remote? You know, if that's not an alternative, then we are offering employees to take leave under FML. So employees have several options to make sure that they're taking care of their health needs, anywhere from working in a virtual, some kind of different modification or accommodation, to taking leave until their physician feels like it is safe for them to return.
Do you have any concerns that we're going to have a very high number of teachers taking leave and not having teachers there to teach those classes?
You know, we have right now 124 teachers who are in some variation of the process. Either they've requested, they're waiting on medical, they're, you know, seeing what other alternatives are out there. I do think we will have additional requests for employees who want to take leave until their physician says that it is safe for them to return. I think we would rather have people take additional leave as opposed to leaving the profession or, leaving permanently. We are really trying to work to extend those options to employees so that they can meet their needs as well. But to answer your question, the short answer is yes, I do think we'll see more leave, teachers wanting to take that leave until they feel like that it's safe, depending on what their medical situation is.
Follow-up question on that. So we've heard and we've seen some information of postings of custodians. So are we short on custodians? Do we have custodians to clean these buildings for us?
We do have quite a few vacancies right now in the custodial department. We are working diligently with our recruiter who is assigned to the transportation department, and they have hired all of the positions open in the transportation department. So he's been reallocated to the custodial department to help assist in interviewing, recruiting, and hiring for custodial. So we are seeing more applicants for those positions, and we're filling those as quickly as we can.
Thank you. So can you give me, do you know a rough number about how many openings we have for custodial?
I think we're somewhere around 37.
Okay.
Which it averages out. Some schools have, 2 or 3, most have 1. That's, they have a team of custodians. And so maybe they have 1 on each campus, or some campuses may have no vacancies, but another campus may have 2.
So board members, when I'm looking at the vote that's going to be before us, if TEA gives us a waiver, and they're only going to do the waiver for this 4 weeks, and that's it, then I don't know if I see any other option but to move forward with what staff has proposed. If they will approve a case-by-case basis and we can do a slower rollout, then it's possible staff may end up bringing us maybe a little more break in between those as we roll in. I don't know though. I'm trying to figure out board appetite on if this is a question y'all have, if y'all want to definitely, ask for the 4 weeks, but if you have concerns with that September 8th date as phase 1. Do y'all need to have any questions for admin to take back to TEA, or do you have any questions for them to think before we get ready to vote?
So it sounds like we've already asked the question of TA. According to Dr. Goering, he sent the email off and asked for some consideration on case by case. Although I'm still not sure exactly what that looks like. Maybe that's something we put in the Friday memo just so we know what the ask looks like, right? But in terms of bringing this thing to a vote next week, certainly. Again, I want to uncouple these and have 2 separate conversations. I do not want to say no to the waiver as a means to say no. I don't think we should be bringing staff back as early as you think, or say yes, I want the waiver, but in doing so, I'm now saying sorry, staff, you're going back before I think it's safe. So I think that's just a modified motion when we get down to that, but. Certainly, I expect that these are going to be 2 separate conversations. I don't think anybody is going to say no to the waiver request. I think where we're stuck right now is bringing staff back, and when we do that. So I think the TEA request. Hopefully, we get something back, but hope is not a plan. So it'll be an interesting conversation next week.
It will be, and as trustees, as we wrestle with this, I mean, I know we're all thinking and weighing the options, right? I'm sure some work at home parents and parents are wanting to know, when can we get our kiddos back in the classroom? Teachers are wanting it to know, okay, when can it be safe? I think the best answer would be if COVID would just go away and we didn't have to worry with it. But sadly, we're trying to weigh a lot of first things. How much risk is there? What's the positivity rate? Is that the right number? There's a lot of information. Bruce, Dr. Goering, thank you for sending us the updates from our health departments from Williamson County and Travis. And I'm sure you'll continue sending those on as we get ready to make this decision. as we move closer next week, August 27th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to our agenda, and I'm gonna move around a bit, y'all. We have speakers tonight, and we want to make sure we hear them, and then we'll get to the rest of our board agenda. The good news is after we conclude with all of our speakers who have been invited this evening, that includes those in closed session, we will probably be down to the last hour of board work, but we still have a bit of a way to go. So we'll see how that all works out, depending on conversation. Can I do that? Can I add a little asterisk in there? We'll move on to the operations. These are all under item B and C in operations. These are all things we're going to be voting on and are in theory, but it'll be up for a vote on August 27th. We're going down to C3, consider approval and ordinance accepting the 2020 property tax rate. Do I understand we have speaker ready for that? Speaker ready?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we have John Crumrine with us and Christine Badillo. They are here as my lifelines if needed, but I will start the conversation with good evening, board members and Madam President. This item is to adopt the tax rate, which you will vote on next week. I will start with a short presentation, if that's okay, and then open it up to questions. I'll remind the board that we had some discussions about this last week with board members to talk about the tax rate as it's to be adopted. The board must adopt the tax rate by the latter of September 30th or the 60th day after certified tax roll was received, and that was around July 25th. We did publish the notice that was required on June 5th and June 7th, and the public hearing was held when we adopted the budget back in June. So just to give you some background again on the tax rate this year, this is the second year of compression on the M&O tax rate under House Bill 3. And I'll remind you that under House Bill 3, the revenue gain on Tier 1 revenues is now held to 2.5% of value growth. And so property values are playing a big role in our tax rate this year. And remember, we've talked about this, the maximum compressed rate is tied to your value growth. And so the higher your values grow, the more your rate compresses. So when we did receive our certified values at the end of July, we were required to submit those to TEA. And at that point, we sent to TEA a growth from 2019 of just over 4%. TEA was then to certify that maximum compressed rate, which they did at 91.34, so 0.91 cents. So I want to take us briefly to look at the values. If you'll recall from our discussions last week, our values actually came in certified less than what they were estimated certified in April. So in April, we were looking at a value growth of 5.82, which resulted in higher compression of the tax rate than what we're looking at now at 4.04. And that change is attributable to the amount of values in protest under ARB. And so you can see Travis County ARB values in 2019 at certified were 386 million. Certified in July is 3.4 billion. So there was a hardship placed on the appraisal districts to hear all of those appeals, and they have certified an amount in ARB, but they have not certified another amount, a quite substantial amount that is not being shown in our value growth. So the 4.04 is what is driving our compression. And so if we go back to that, so the compressed tax rate is now 0.9134, and then we get to maintain the 4 enrichment pennies that we had this year. In addition to those 4 pennies that would be added on to that tax rate of 0.9134, the district has the option of 1 additional penny this year, and this year it does require unanimous board approval. Now, what I want to point out to the board, and the reason that we have legal counsel with us this evening, is there is special language that is triggered if the tax rate exceeds the no new revenue rate. And we did not talk about the no new revenue rate in our discussions. So as I was working on the documents for this board meeting, and looking at the tax code and the special language, the additional penny would trigger that language, and it is in the documents that we distributed late today. But that basically says that the tax rate is being increased by a percentage, and that percentage increases taxes on a value of $100,000 by X amount. Well, in our case, the no new revenue rate is slightly below what the rate would be for the 9134 plus the 5 pennies. And so if we look at this next slide, the current tax rate on the M&O side is 97 cents. With the compression based on our value growth at 4%, that 93 cents becomes 91.34. You can see then we do have those 4 pennies. We get to keep those. And then this year we did not have the additional option of another enrichment penny, but for 2020 we do. So for the M&O rate, we are looking at either 0.9534 or 0.9634. The no new revenue rate is 0.955. So you can see without that enrichment penny, we're below that no new revenue rate, but above it with the additional penny. And so before I get into the special language, I just want to show you the value of that penny. So now running the calculations based on our certified values and these two options on the M&O side, without that penny, we would be 1.4 million below what our current budget is for M&O revenues. And even with that penny, we're still a little bit below where we budgeted back in the spring because our values are less. So before we get into the INS side of life, I want to switch screens if I can find the document. And here's that language. So Trish, I can see you in my tiles. Can you give me a thumbs up if you're now seeing a document? Great. So this new language that Leander has never been subject to before. In the past, districts that had a TRE were required to include similar language. So this isn't necessarily new by House Bill 3, but it's new in that it measures against this no new revenue rate instead of the effective or the rate to maintain. And so this new language says the tax rate will effectively be raised by 0.87% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately, and here's the confusion, for Leander, it's not an increase, it's a decrease of $7 compared to the current rate of 97 cents. So the language gets quite confusing, but with that extra golden penny, this language is required in both the ordinance and the motion that would be read to pass the tax rate. So this is new information from when we met last week. And so I wanted to be sure that the board was aware of this. The first sentence, the tax rate will raise more taxes. We're going to leave that in the ordinance regardless of which way the board votes on the M&O rate, just out of an abundance of safety. And we do have Christine Badillo here from Walsh Gallegos. And so I'll give her an opportunity to jump in and answer any questions before we go into the INS rate.
Sure. Elaine, or Christine, I don't care who answers it. So since our values are less and we miscalculated our our compression rate, we can't go back and do an adjustment?
Well, so basically what you're looking at is the difference between what was estimated and what has become actual. So it's not a miscalculation. It's simply you had a projection and it was an over projection. So TEA is working off your certified values. Okay. So the best you can do in April is think this is what it looks like. But then if things turn out very differently, which sometimes happens, that's where you find yourself coming in a little bit under where you might have expected. So it wasn't a mistake.
Christine, anything you think is important to point out? We have you here, and by the way, good to see you again virtually.
Good to see you guys too. Yeah, if there's a painful conversation to be had, I'm here.
Yes, yes. Anything you would want to point out to us as we start these deliberations before we go?
Yeah, sure. The thing I would say, and that I think Elaine has done a good job of pointing out, is when you're looking at your M&O tax rate, there's sort of two concepts that they want to build into your action. So one is, do you have a higher M&O component than last year? And the other one is, are you generating more M&O tax revenue or more tax revenue off of M&O? And the thing that's frustrating about the statutory language is that it's almost like, so if you have a higher rate, they want you to say, we're generating more revenue. And if you're generating more revenue as a function of surpassing your no new revenue rate, they want you to say, we're increasing taxes. So it doesn't line up. It's almost exactly flipped from what it should be. One is a higher rate, an increase, and one is generating more revenue. So it doesn't line up neatly. So if you're looking closely at what you're being asked to approve, you might think this doesn't make sense. This isn't right, but it not only is, it's what's required by the legislature. So
Christine, how much flexibility, if any, is there in the language to make it exorbitantly clear that this is actually a decrease?
There isn't any flexibility. It is statutorily mandated. Not only that, it's required to be in all caps. That's how far they go with it. But what you can do is, the tax rate ordinance is a document that you adopt and keep. It's a record. People don't care about that. What people want to know and where they go look is on your website. And you are required to have similar language on your website, but but you could put that literally in a text box that says, Texas Tax Code 26.05 requires us to make the following statement. Here it is. And then under that, you could have anything you want to explain what's actually happening. So I think that's really your best bet in terms of educating people.
Erin, that's a great question. Do you have any thoughts on what you think you might want to include in that language?
Well, I think Christine just summarized it very well. I think you want to call out the legally mandated language. You want to make that language perfect from a legal perspective. And then you want to tell people what it really means. And so I think it's not difficult for us to illustrate that. And I don't think it'll be any issue.
That's all I have. Unless there are any other questions.
So I will tell you, as we read through the law and reached out to multiple people for guidance on this, and got conflicting answers, and it's very confusing. That's when we decided to bring in legal, and Walsh Gallegos was very gracious to help us through this. And I'm amazed that there's not a lot of conversation about this particular topic going on in my circles. So I think a lot of districts are just moving on without paying attention to this language.
Now, the M&O rate that we're discussing, really a lot of these calculations are out of our hands, correct? You've got the MCR that's already the formula's already in place. So the only thing that we're really, when we vote, that we're looking at is whether or not we'll do the extra penny or not under M&O. Just
correct.
To make sure we're clear.
Correct.
And is there any clarification? I've heard rumors, I don't remember where it landed, that if you don't ask for this now, you might not be able to ask for it later. So this was your one time to ask for it?
I've heard mention of that, but it is very clear that you do not have to have unanimous approval for it next year. So that indicates that it is an option next year. The part that would concern me is if there's legislative changes next spring. Typically, you get penalized for not taxing at the max when they make those changes. And so any potential impact with legislation, if we don't take this penny, is hard to predict.
Thank you for saying that. It really is interesting. The trends are you're expected to tax at the maximum level when you look at how they reward later in finance. It's an interesting system. So thank you, Elaine, for pointing that out.
And Christine, thank you for being here. So I'm going to move on to the INS side of life, and we'll look at some options here. Now, I'll remind the board, you have infinite possibilities, and we have just given you a handful of options on the INS side. The INS rate is to be adopted is to cover the debt requirements, right? So our outstanding debt, what does it take to service that? Our current rate is $46.75, and then we've built in 4 different scenarios here. Now, in a lot of the documents I have seen since arriving in the district, it appeared that there was a planned step down of the INS rate of 1/4 of a penny until it reached a floor of 46 cents. So if you take that same thinking, the first option is that 1/4 reduction to 46.5. And then the second option from the current rate is an acceleration of that step down, so taking a full 1/2 of a cent. And then in the information that we had discussed last week, we had a hypothetical option of what would it take to offset the M&O rate to get back to the total tax rate that we had looked at in the spring. And so that would require a debt rate of 45.28, so just over a penny reduction from where we are today. And then one board member had asked to see, well, what would it take on the INS side to result in a 0 increase to the average homeowner? And that would take a 45.08, so closer to 2 cents on the INS side. So then the numbers that you see at the bottom are the tax collections at 98% that you would see on the INS side, and then the collections that are above what we need to pay debt that would be used to pay off debt early and thus save long-term interest costs. And so you can see how that number steps down with each of the various tax rates. So if we kept the tax rate the same at 46.75 on the current values, we'd have just under 16 million to put towards early debt retirement. And then that drops all the way down to 11 million with a tax decrease of nearly 2 cents. So you also have this in your packet, and I will point out that we updated all of the documents that were in the board agenda originally, and so you do have these new numbers. And so when you take all of those rates together, so when you add the M&O and the INS, this schedule shows you what the total reduction would be in the tax rate, and then on the average home value, what that would look like to the taxpayers in the community. So with no change in the tax rate, the average homeowner value would result in an increase in annual taxes of $57, all the way down to, if we offset the M&O by a reduction to INS, that's where you get the neutral impact to the average homeowner. So the one in the middle is kind of a compromise. If we go back to the first screen, you see we still have 14 million to service debt early, and then that's a $40 a year impact to the average homeowner, or $3 a month. So the administration is recommending that you do take that extra penny this year for an M&O rate of 96.34. and accelerate the step down to a half a cent at 46.25 for a total tax rate of 142.59, which is just over a penny decrease from the current rate. You've got lots of information in your packet, including the long-term debt profiles under each one of these tax rate scenarios. And so I'm going to stop there and open it up to questions. And Mr. Crumrine is here with us if you have any specific questions about the impact any of these rates would have on the total debt service picture.
Board members?
I just want to remind the board as they're thinking about this that the stepping down is great, but if we are truly going to look at our technology and the price that that's going to cost, it's more than likely going to be in some type of short-term bond, and we're going to have to go to the market, and we're going to have room to do that at some point. So just think about what's coming up due to COVID, you can say, in the room we're going to need on our INS side when you make your decisions. That's all. I don't have any questions.
Yeah, I have a quick commercial and then a question. The commercial is related to the word over levy, one of my least favorite words in school finance. It suggests to the layman, to our community, that we're taxing above the rate required to service our debt. And technically, that's true, but it's been a part of our strategy for many years to require less debt payment in our formal debt schedule for the explicit purpose of retiring debt early and being opportunistic about which debt we retire when, to try and minimize the cost of debt to our community. And so I understand why it's called over levy, but I want to be very clear that it's not because we're taxing above what we planned to tax or what we intended to pay on our debt. We're taxing at a very explicit rate on purpose, and the over levy component of that is part of our strategy over the long term. That said, the version of this presentation that was released this afternoon that I had not seen before your presentation now, Elaine, recommends 0.4625 rate, but I don't think we've got the complete the wide sheet for that scenario from John. And so I was trying to bridge the gap between the two surrounding scenarios. John, have you run that one? Can you give us the highlights on what that looks like in terms of debt retirement?
Sean, I've got it if you want me to share it.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, let me see if I have it open actually. If you've got it pulled up, I'll let you grab it. No, I've got it. Let me get to that page.
So effectively, I think you all are familiar with the sort of landscape debt sheet. Long story short, I'll try to make this brief. To the extent that you have monies available to retire debt in advance of your in-year requirement, we simply would have the ability to pay off future bonds and eliminate future interest payments associated with those bonds. A higher levy would result in more money available to do that. So because the model that Elaine's looking at right now assumes a rate of 46.25 in perpetuity versus a potential alternate model of 46.50 in perpetuity, the 46.50 model would produce additional cash flows over a period of time, again, used to retire debt prior to its maturity. The effective difference between the two scenarios is that in the 46
recapped here, if this helps.
Yeah, thank you. So effectively, you have more money available earlier to pay off some of your more expensive debt in the 46.50 scenario versus the 46.25 scenario. And the difference, the aggregate sort of difference in terms of meeting your objective of 25% capital appreciation bond debt service as a percentage of total debt service is literally in the 4650 scenario, you get to 24.8% capital appreciation bond debt service by fiscal year 26. And in the 4625 scenario, you get to 25.09%. So either scenario, we are looking at accomplishing or very nearly accomplishing the goal. So in terms of meeting that target that's been very important to the district and the board for some time. So
John, do any of those rates impact your ability to do what you need to do for us?
I'm a blunt object. So if you give me more money, I can do what you want me to do better. But at this point, it's a pretty minimal difference between the outcomes in terms of the total scenario. And the reason that I say that is because what our analysis to date has not factored in is the opportunity for future refundings, which will occur over the next 2 to 3 years. And those are not embedded in the model. So I think what I'm getting at is whether we're at 25.1% percentage versus 24.9% percentage, I think we're going to get there. So if it makes sense for the board to take the 4650 approach or the 4625 approach, I think you need to do what you need to do based on sort of broader conversation around the tax rate. We're in a pretty solid position to accomplish the goal that you want to either way, from my standpoint.
For my part, I'm very pleased with the way that we've managed this rate and the defeasance of debt over time here. And my recommendation would be that we continue on that path. To Pam's earlier point, one of the things we've talked about previously is ensuring that this rate only moves one direction. And the risk of taking this rate down too far, too fast is that it may at some point in the future need to go back up if conditions aren't quite ideal or aren't quite what we predict. So I think continuing the quarter point decline from 4675 to 4650 makes good sense.
So Aaron, you're saying stay the course, the $0.25?
That would be my preference, my recommendation. I think that's consistent with where we've been and where we've planned to go. And certainly in these conditions, I think Pam's right to suggest we want to be careful not to take that rate down too fast, too soon.
And so at that $0.25, the average tax bill is going to go up $49.
That's correct.
Yep.
$4 a month.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with Aaron and Pam there. I think that there's too many unknowns right now, and we could say one of the knowns is we need to spend some money on technology. So that's not even an unknown right now. So I think we should start preparing for that as best we can.
Well, to Aaron's point, I like the fact that we can still issue, we can stay the course with a $0.25 reduction. Granted, it's more symbolic than anything, but it's a $0.25 reduction is better than a $0.25 raise. So I like the fact that we can keep doing what we've been doing, and that'll help us out on the back end. So yeah, I agree with that.
All right, that was moving along. Any other questions? Okay, great.
Thank you, John and Christine, very much for sharing your evening with us.
Thank you.
All right, Elaine, awesome job. Thank you so much. We're going to have you back in a bit, but we need to get some of our other invited guests up to speak on agenda items. So hang tight. We'll see you around midnight. Let's go ahead and move on to our operations. And we are moving out of the part of the agenda that was voting, and we're going into the part of the agenda that are reports. The reports that we're getting ready to have up. I'm understanding this is the reports for tonight, so they will not be reporting again at August 27th. We will move to operations, LISD Council, PTA, State of Council Annual Report. Am I correct, Dr. Gehring, that this is just the report tonight? They're not back on the 27th?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Madam President. We're so excited tonight to have two amazing community partners presenting their annual reports. As part of our Council of PTAs, their governance through the Texas State PTA, they are asked to give an annual report about their progress. So joining us is our Leander ISD Council President, Anna Smith, to talk about some of the successes of our PTAs during the 2019-20 school year.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring, and Leander ISD community. My name is Anna Smith, and I'm your Leander ISD Council PTA President for the 2020-21 school year. I'm going to share my screen. I think I can do this. I'll promise I'll make it quick and sweet. I'm honored to be here tonight as a PTA leader and excited to share what our PTA community has accomplished and what our plans are for the 2020-21 school year. So who is the Leander ISD Council of PTAs? Leander ISD Council of PTAs was established in 1991 with only 6 campuses. Currently, the council represents 43 local PTAs throughout our district. PTA's vision of every child having a voice has come true for so many in Leander ISD. The efforts and countless hours this organization contributes daily to our students, faculty, parents, students, and legislative priorities are immeasurable. I would like to take this moment to thank our previous president, Kathleen Schoening, for her leadership as council president for the last 2 years. Thank you, Kathleen, for supporting and providing guidance for our local PTAs in the last 2 years. We appreciate you. Let me do this. So our council priorities. This year, our priorities are very similar to what last year was, but again, everything has changed with COVID. So we wanted to make sure that our priorities made sure that our communities and our PTAs were listening to our parents. So part of our priority is we are 43 PTAs strong in Leander ISD, and our council goal is to support and guide our local PTAs to be the best they can be. We are here to help and build up our local PTAs. At the council level, we work closely with district personnel and the superintendent to communicate and collaborate together as it applies to all students. PTA, while nonpartisan, supports school funding measures as well as legislation to support public schools and the well-being of children and families. In addition to a council priority, we also promote national PTA programs, one of those being Reflections, which is the largest and longest running students art program. Another program that I am very proud of is the National PTA School of Excellence, and Wiley Middle School PTA received a certificate of recognition as the School of Excellence this year, and we were the only Leander ISD PTA in history to receive this recognition. We advocate. PTA is active at the local, state, and national levels, impacting decisions affecting your child's health, safety, and quality of education. During the past 120 years, PTA's national advocacy efforts have helped establish a universal kindergarten and the National School Lunch Program. Last but not least, we build a community that supports every child. PTA is to strengthen connections between families, teachers, community members to build a thriving and inclusive community for everyone. So when you join your PTA, you're going to hear a lot of your PTA board members refer back to their PTA mission message. And this is why. Because our mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families. Hold on, guys, my computer just froze. And communities to advocate for all children. So what do PTAs do? We get a lot of questions on what we do. And we're more than just a fundraising machine. We're more than throwing class parties. We promote the welfare of children and youth at home. Research shows that students need certain basic needs met to optimize their ability to focus and learn. The district helps to meet one of those basic needs through the free and reduced breakfast and lunch program. The Leander ISD Council of PTAs helps meet another basic need by providing free clothing through the clothes closet. Last year, we serviced over 1,300 children, and with a partnership with the district, we could expand these services and help more students in our district. We also advocate for laws that further education. In 2019, legislative session, Stephanie Holdren and myself testified before the Texas Senate and Texas House on public education regarding Texas PTA legislative priorities on public school funding system reform, special education, and House Bill 3. We also promote the collaboration and engagements of our family and educators. Last March, when school shut down due to the COVID, our Council of PTAs, with the help of some amazing Leander ISD educators, put together an 8-page learning resource guide in English and Spanish. This resource guide traveled all over the world and even earned our Council of PTAs a shout out from National PTA, which is kind of a big deal. I would also, this pandemic has created many hurdles for our local PTAs, but every day I'm amazed by their commitment to our community. I am proud to say that we have 4 PTAs earn a national PTA COVID relief grant to support their community in this time of need. Congratulations to Whitestone PTA for winning a COVID grant on making care kits for their staff. Nauman PTA won another COVID grant from National PTA to help provide food for their families. Aiken PTA, once again, they win all the grants. They won a grant to help provide a digital suite for their performing arts and special teams to help during virtual learning. And last but not least, Wiley PTA is the only middle school to win this grant in our district, and they will be putting together sensory kits together for their WMS students. I like to call this PTA magic. So as you see, we have a list of our council goals. And a big thing, at least for me as a PTA leader this year and as the council president, is to maintain that strong sense of community between our local PTAs, our district leadership, and our community. Because at the end of the day, our community and our schools and our district leadership is what's going to make a strong, healthy community that's going to support every child. Another job of ours is to energize our local PTA leaders. And many of y'all who know me know I love PTA. So my job this year is to make sure parents and teachers and our community know that we're here to support and we're not your average PTA. A big goal of ours is to empower a legislative voice. We want to show parents and teachers the power of the voice at session next year. We know public education is going to be a hot topic. We need to show them that we are here to advocate for every single child in Leander ISD, which goes to, we got to drive our membership growth. We can't advocate successfully if we don't have the membership behind us. And those numbers matter when you go to the Capitol and you present to your local senator and say, hey, we're 11,000 members strong. They listen. And it goes back to, once again, our mission message, advocating to give every child a voice. So how are we going to do that? So I am one of the committees that we've established this year to help give every child a voice, and one that I'm extremely excited for is the Special Education Parent Advocate Group. Many of you are aware, but in May of this year, the COPIA report was released, and under those recommendations was the district to establish a special education PTA. I'm proud to say that our council stepped up, and we have the Special Education Parent Advocate Group that falls under our Inclusion Diversity Chair, Desiree Granzo. This group provides an opportunity for parents, teachers, and special education district administrations to work together and collaborate on ways that we can ensure that every child in Leander ISD has access to an equitable education. I am extremely grateful for Ms. Kimberly Waltman and her willingness to partner with this program and to ensure that we're all living by giving every child a voice. A new committee that we just established this year is the Racial Equity Committee. This newly formed committee is to study the issues of racism and equity within our district and our community. Another new adventure for us is mental health webinars for our family, staff, and students. Under the leadership of our Healthy Lifestyle Chair, Danielle Gary, this year we plan to implement health and wellness programs. Some examples that we are focusing on right now are District Employee Wellness Program, Family Wellness Program, and an Unplug and Unwind, Disconnect from Your Tech. We all know that we're all Zooming every day, and I as a parent would love to know what are some ways that I can help my kids unwind for the day. Our council will also be holding school board candidate forum this year for our school board candidates, and this will be led by our Legislative Action Chair, Kara Owens. And another program that I'm excited to brag about the collaboration with our Leander ISD administration is our the Kids First program. For those who are not aware, Kids First is a turnkey program through Texas PTA that gives students and family insight into the daily lives of someone who lives with one of these unique abilities. Our Inclusion Diversity Chair, Desiree, has been working with our special education administration since last year, so that way we can implement Kids First at every single elementary in Leander ISD. We're going to be able to do this because our special education administrators are working with us and trying to fill in those holes for this program, and we're able to use district resources and PTA resources and come together to educate our community on what it's like to live with a disability. Let me go down. So as a PTA leader, our thing is to maintain a strong sense. You'll see there's a couple of different things that we plan to do. Everybody to join PTA. I think it's important that we have our community and our state legislators and even our city officials join PTA, because at the end of the day, we're all living in the same community and we're all working to what's best for our children. Did I say okay? So my favorite part is I get to energize our local leaders. I get to explain how exciting PTA is, but most importantly, I'm there to support them. I want to see every single one of our 43 PTAs excel this year. I want to see them plastered all over the world, because what we're doing here in Leander ISD is important. And I think it's important as a PTA, our PTA council, as we lift up our local PTAs and we provide support for them. And we show them that, hey, you got this, we got your back no matter what. My favorite part about PTA. So who's ready for Texas PTA Rally Day? Mark your calendars, because it's 2/22/2021, and let's show our state legislative the power of PTA. For each legislative session, we hear about the need to improve public education, and history shows that following the conclusion of every legislative session, we express our dissatisfaction with the results, wishing we had more. By attending Rally Day, we are taking action. We are letting our PTA voices be heard while decisions are being made. I am so proud to say that Leander ISD last session partnered with our Council of PTAs, and we were able to bring over 30 students to the Capitol, and we got to meet with our state legislative representatives, but most importantly, to be able to see our students in that arena and to be able to have their voices heard was such a powerful thing. Another thing that we are planning to do under our legislative action chair is advocacy kits. This is a new thing for our PTA council this year. Again, next session is going to be, we need to make our voices heard for public education. So one way we plan to do this is we will be making kits up. And these kits will include state representatives' contact information on the LISD PTA Council legislative priorities, and the Texas PTA legislative priorities, and ways for parents to use their voice at the Capitol. Because at the end of the day, a parent's voice is the most powerful thing for a state representative to hear in regards to public education. They need to hear what we're dealing with and what our students are dealing with. And then the other advocacy kit that we're also doing is Love Letters to Austin. Keller ISD did this 2 years ago. They created 10,000 hearts, and each said support public education, and they sent it to their representatives. Again, it's showing that we're here, Leander ISD is listening, and we're going to do whatever we can to support public education. Okay, membership. PTA is the largest volunteer organization dedicated to improving the welfare of all children and youth. Joining PTA supports endeavors to improve the education of children and the lives of families. Membership provides the opportunity for individuals to come together, combine efforts, and raise awareness on issues affecting children, youth, and families. When you join a PTA, you automatically become part of the largest child advocacy organization in the state. We are over 500,000 members strong. By growing our membership, we continue to have a strong voice at the state level to represent Leander ISD District and our students. So, I don't know if you guys know, but last year, Deer Creek Elementary achieved to what I like to call the Oscar of PTA awards, okay? They won the Voice for Every Child Platinum Award. And what that means is that they recruited members equal to 100% or more of their student enrollment, realizing one voice for every child on their campus. Deer Creek PTA is the only PTA in Leander ISD to achieve this award last year. It's late, I'm sorry, guys. And thank you, Deer Creek PTA, for back in the future with PTA. And where's next? Oh. Another big Oscar-like award for PTA is our Golden Apple Award. The Golden Apple is earned when a PTA reports 100% of their school faculty as members. This is a huge honor for PTAs, but most importantly, this shows our community that your principal, your teachers, and your school admin back PTA and back the mission message of giving every child a voice. I'm proud of our local PTAs who've achieved this goal, and thank you principals at these schools for understanding and living by the PTA mission message. Last year, Leander ISD Council of PTAs was 11,220 members strong. We are incredibly proud of that number, and this year we plan to add more members than what we did last year, so our voices are heard at the Capitol. And here's some of our PTAs in action. As you see, we're more than just your average PTA. We have fun. As you see, we've got our local PTA Reed over there hanging out with Tex. We've got Risa Ginther and Stephanie Holdren hanging out with an elephant. We like to have fun with our PTAs. And I'd also like to acknowledge and thank our Board of Trustees who have attended our PTA events. You see here, we have a couple of our Board of Trustees present in this picture, and that was from Texas PTA Rally Day at the Student Caucus. And earlier in the presentation, there was 2 other Board of Trustees who also attended Texas PTA Rally Day. So we appreciate Board of Trustees who support us. So why PTA? This is one of my favorite sayings, because PTA gives parents and teachers a united and powerful voice, a seat at the decision-making table, and the tools to influence change that will better the lives of all children. The ability to speak for every child, one voice, is the power of PTA. Will you back the future with PTA? So I need you guys, you can go right now to join PTA at joinpta.org, or you can become a community member and join multiple PTAs at once through our council community membership program. I ask all of our board members to become members of our PTA and help us back the future with PTA. We really are truly trying to make a difference in our community, and we really need your help so that way we can work together to give every child a voice. And I'm done. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you, PTA, for all you do for all of the kids in our school. We really appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate y'all. Thank you for allowing us to advocate and to do our programs on campus. We're really excited for this year. We have some amazing PTA leaders who are thinking outside the box, and I'm super excited to see what they are doing to support our community and our teachers and our students. So we're here and we're ready to help.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Great job. We have another presentation from one of our fabulous organizations, our LEAF Update Report.
Thank you, Madam President, Trustees, Dr. Gearing. We're going to have our annual report from our Leander ISD Foundation, LEAF. They're going to share lots of numbers, data to support the work they did in 2019-20. More importantly, the numbers, the finances, is the stories behind those, the stories of teachers feeling supported, the smiles of being surprised by a cookie cake and a giant check. Joining us tonight is our newly adopted LEAF President, Crystal Smith, and our Executive Director, Kristen Hughley, to share some highlights from LEAF.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Corey. Appreciate seeing your lovely faces this evening and getting to share an update with you. I'm going to share my screen here. And hopefully, there we go. You guys can see my screen, right? No. Yes. Thumbs up. Thank you. All right. So since the last time that we were able to come and share an update with you all, you may have noticed we have a bright, fresh new look. So we went through a brand refresh and also adopted the district colors. And we have found that this has helped us a lot with awareness and just showing that unity and connection and partnership with the district. And we love how it looks. We love the pom-poms. We love all the colors. Go Leander ISD. During that strategic session where we went through a brand refresh, we also looked at our mission, vision, and purpose because we wanted to make sure that it encompassed the ability for us to take on any programs or initiatives that the district has that are important right now during the school year, and that we could fit that into our mission, which is enriching the educational experience. And we do that through providing opportunities, cultivating success, and building community within LISD. And we have this slide here that's probably our favorite slide because there's a lot of arrows pointing up. And that's always a good sign. And that is based on our fiscal year that ended in June. And so one of the highlights there is that our net revenue year over year had a 43% increase. And that's huge for our ability to be able to support our students and staff throughout the district. And that's thanks to some incredible community partners that we have and individual donors that support the foundation year round. We were selected as the Leander Chamber of Commerce Nonprofit of the Year. That was exciting and a really fun night. And probably one of the most exciting things recently is that we were awarded a $50,000 grant by the Moody Foundation to support the district's mental health care initiatives. And we're continuing to work very closely with the district team on raising more funds to be able to support our students and their families.
And I just want to share too that I've served with LEAF for going on 7 years, and I'm just truly excited about how remarkable this last year was for us. You know, it's really been amazing to see the growth and the impact that we've been able to have across the district. You know, even through all the the fun stuff at the end of the year last year. So. Go ahead.
We would be remiss to not include some pictures of our events and our lovely Lee family and people enjoying our gala earlier this year. And of course, our Mudstickle event, that beautiful peace sign, I guess, piecing us into next year with the Mudstickle, but that's okay. We'll miss seeing all of your faces at the event, but we're ready to bring back that super fun muddy obstacle course in 2021 when we can get together again.
Yes.
And one thing Crystal mentioning at the beginning of the pandemic that we did have to shift gears and be creative in a lot of our programs and how we were raising money, and then also how we were recognizing our annual partners who made commitments to the foundation and our students and staff, and how did we continue to honor those assets that they were provided based on their sponsorship levels. And so we went virtual with a few of our events, and I'll let Crystal talk about our Star Banquet event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so neat that we were able to pivot so quickly too with all of that. So with Star Banquet, I think it was really awesome. We were able to still connect with our seniors, and we allowed our seniors to actually record videos to recognize a favorite teacher that really impacted them throughout their career. And the part that I love the most about this is now they all have this lasting memory, right, of the video and the experience of being able to record that and save that as a memento and memories to carry forward for both the students as well as the educators throughout the process. So I'm glad we were able to make that happen.
Absolutely, and very thankful that the seniors jumped in and recorded those videos for us so quickly, and for our team to be able to coordinate those efforts. So good stuff all around. And if you haven't had the chance to check out any of those videos, they are available on the link there on the slide, as well as our State of the District event. And we really appreciate that this was the second year that we've been able to co-host this event with the Cedar Park, Leander, and West Austin Chambers of Commerce. And that just is really lovely because it brings our entire business community together from all across our big 200 square mile district. And typically at the in-person event, well, last year anyway, we had 350 people there. And so as you can see, we had 450 people throughout the entire event viewing. So we increased our viewership, as well as several thousand views, over 10,000 views since then. And that's not only great for our district, for being able to get our message out there and being able to communicate with the public, but also, again, being able to have that awareness for all of the businesses and the donors that give so much to us and to our district and our students and staff. And I think a very important component of our update this evening is our response to COVID-19. It was very important to us to be able to jump in immediately and assist our Leander ISD families as quickly as possible. And we reached out to a few other education foundations that we saw had established emergency funds, and they advised us to create a partnership with a local nonprofit that was already providing financial assistance to families to kind of steer that part of the process. So we would fundraise, and then they would be able to assist the families with meeting their basic needs. So we did that with Hill Country Community Ministries. We were able to do that initially because we received a very generous donation from Samsung Austin Semiconductor of $25,000 to jumpstart that emergency fund. But the slide here has 50 plus families. We're actually at 87 plus now, which is really exciting. And I haven't spoken to Thaisa this week, so I'm sure we're over that. But there were a lot of families that needed us right then. And to be able to alleviate that stress of paying their rent or keeping the lights on or the water running was very fulfilling, to be able to support our families in that way, and to have the support of Dr. Gearing to encourage us to continue that was great for us as well. And beyond helping our families with meeting their basic needs, we did some cheerleading across the district. We wanted to help keep spirits up as much as possible. So we had some Card My Yard heroes at work at the food distribution sites that had some fun pictures with staff posing in front of those. And at those food distribution sites, we were also able to put together some learning kits and supplies and books to distribute to families at the beginning or at the end of last year. And then we also delivered a meal to principals throughout the district. And that was a really fun day, driving around and seeing their faces and being able to give that back to them. We know everybody's been working super duper hard. We want to make sure that we provide this slide and update for you every time we come back, because it's very exciting since we've been a foundation. So this is since 2007, and this is based on our 990 from last year. But we have received over $1 million worth of support from our community. We have a very, very generous community who loves our students and staff, and we appreciate them very much. And because of that, we've been able to gift over $600,000 in grant awards. And I love this picture. It's awesome. And I just want to reiterate that we feel very fortunate to be a part of this district, a part of the Lee family, a part of the Leander ISD family. And, we believe in a future where the needs of all students and staff are met. And that's part of that right now. We've been working very closely with Jason and the technology team to make sure we can get internet access to all of our students. And we have a lot of community partners who are wanting to help with that in particular, and with the MLISD scholarship. So we're very thankful and appreciative to be able to support in this way. And we appreciate the Board of Trustees attending our events and helping create awareness for the foundation and doing all of those things to support us. And the SCR team as well. I want to make sure that I give them a shout out because we couldn't have pulled off those virtual events without their support.
Did they freeze?
I think I'm still on. Maybe we just lost Kristen.
All right. Well,
I'll just finish up for us real quick. We just continue to look forward to partnering with the district and appreciate everybody's support. Oh, she's back. And excited about the future and want to make sure that we are here and continuing to support the needs across the district. So.
Kristen, you can jump in and say goodbye if you want, or.
Okay, bye. Sorry, I froze and then I came back on.
Fine. Y'all did great. It was a great presentation. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Tremendous amount of work. Excellent detail. Seriously, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big heart. All right, we will now move on to the next part of our agenda that we have a guest. These are reports. These are not things we're going to vote on, and this will not be brought back to us again in our 27th meeting. This is under student experience, report and discussion item, the 2019-2020 School Health Advisory Committee overview.
Thank you, Madam President. I am actually going to welcome our Senior Director, Brian Miller, this evening, and he and other members of our SHAC committee are here to present an overview of the work from last year. Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing, let me share my screen real quick. There we go. Hopefully we can see that. A little nod if you can.
Do we have a guest speaker also? Oh, there. Okay.
We do.
Just make sure everybody's all in. Okay, then I've done my job. Y'all go.
Awesome. All right. So tonight, the purpose of this evening's presentation is to present an overview of the work done by the 1920 Student Health Advisory Council, otherwise known as SHAC. I'd like to thank the parents and community members and staff who served last year, including Trustee Alexis Grimes, for volunteering their time and their dedication to supporting our district and students. The SHAC met 4 times last year. 3 meetings were held in person. The last meeting was held through virtual collaboration due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We used continuous improvement strategies to help focus the committee's efforts and determine interest areas. The 3 areas chosen were physical activity and nutrition, supported by Steve Smith, KB DeBard, and Kristen Wicketts. And then safety, supported by myself. And then social and emotional well-being, supported by Steve Clark. As a member of the Physical Activity and Nutrition Subcommittee, our SHAC co-chair and parent, Kara Owen, is with us tonight to share the work of that committee. Ms. Owen?
Good evening. I had the opportunity of being on SHAC this year, and I was on the Physical Activity and Nutrition Subcommittee. We worked primarily on the wellness assessment tool and the weather-related physical activity guidelines. The wellness assessment tool is part of the required implementation of the wellness policy for the district. The assessment has been a multi-year effort to pull together, and campuses will be utilizing all members on the CATCH team to assess their individual campus this year to report. The assessment will provide information for our campus administrators in the areas of nutrition and physical activity and recess, and can help them to develop their campus improvement plans in the future to address areas of need. Campuses have been engaged already through the established CATCH committees, which is led by campus PE teachers and comprises of members from food services, campus administration, the school nurse, parents and students, and as applicable, PTA Healthy Lifestyles Chair. As this is collected, they will evaluate the data in the next year. For the weather-related physical activity guidelines, we made a few changes, but focused on keeping them simple for reference for the campus administration. The changes to the hot weather guidelines is a move from a 3-temperature guideline to a 5-temperature range guideline, which begins at 105 degrees and above as no outdoor activity, and goes down to 80 degrees and below as activity needs no sort of intervention. The cold weather guidelines had one change. The indoor recess recommendation was moved from 20 degrees to 24 degrees. Both of these guidelines also state the campus principals can use their discretion for these decisions and may choose a different temperature for indoor recess. And that's what I've got.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. Thank you for being here tonight and for volunteering to be the SHAC co-chair last year. I'm hoping to continue your service on SHAC for the upcoming school year. All right, now I supported the safety committee, and they chose to focus on 3 areas: sex and human trafficking awareness, social media safety, and pathways for reporting concerning behavior. And so for sex and human trafficking, we explored age-appropriate K-12 student training along with staff training. Texas Education Agency offers a training program named Texas Rise to the Challenge. They recommended providing for staff. And then for students, there's an organization called the Partners Against Child Trafficking, which provides a student ambassadors program to bring awareness to students by students. Secondly, they focused on the social media safety. The subcommittee explored 3 areas. One was awareness of social media applications and their dangers, Google Classroom and Google Drive safety, and then student-to-student bullying and social media applications, allowing peer-to-peer connections. So suggestions from the committee included partnering with social media monitoring programs like BARC, for example, and then the creation of newsletters or an online educational series to inform parents, students, and staff of the dangers of social media. And then lastly, the committee focused on how students report concerning behavior. And they focused especially for elementary age students. They reviewed our anonymous alerts and Let's Talk applications that we currently have available to students for reporting. The subcommittee expressed concerns about the accessibility of these reporting applications for elementary students. They recommended additional training for elementary students and how to report concerning behavior, and then how staff respond to those alerts once they're received. All right, and then we have Mr. Steve Clark, who is supported our social and emotional well-being subcommittee. Mr. Clark.
Yeah, good evening, board members, Dr. Caring. Within the social and emotional well-being subcommittee, we had 2 working groups, with one focused on suicide prevention and social emotional well-being, and another group that was reviewing opioid options and prevention and e-cigarettes. So I'm going to begin with the opioid and e-cigarette portion of this slide, as the social emotional well-being will be covered in the next couple of slides. So with the recent passage of Senate Bill 435, local SHACs have been asked to recommend appropriate curriculum and grade levels for the prevention of opioid use. Based on the review, the SHAC subcommittee recommended using Operation Prevention created by the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, and we recommend embedding this into our 8th and 9th grade lessons. So information from this curriculum will be added to the prevention education lessons, which have been taught by Mary Ann Kluge and other members of our SFST team for many years. The subcommittee also reviewed e-cigarette prevention education options. So we've offered substance use prevention education lessons for many years in Leander ISD, but more recently we have added the risk of vaping to these lessons. So based on the review, we recommend using Catch My Breath e-cigarette and Juul prevention program in our middle school and high schools. Last year, several campuses also offered Catch parent education evening presentations taught by either Mary Ann Kluge or our prevention educators from Williamson County. In the area of on the next few slides, we'll discuss the work of the Suicide Prevention and Social Emotional Wellbeing Work Group. So in Leander ISD, we have a well-established protocol for responding to students with possible suicidal ideation. So as required by House Bill 2168, all new district staff must be trained with an approved TEA or Department of Health and Human Services program. So we are currently using the Cognito at-risk training module to meet this requirement. So when we met with the Cognito staff last spring to review our district engagement data on these modules, our staff gave this program very high marks for not only the information that it provided, but also for the format. Each year, our campus counselors also provide in-person, or in the case of this year, live Zoom training regarding suicide prevention with all of our campus staff. So the focus is on the warning signs and risk factors of suicide, as well as how campus staff can access help for a student who they suspect might be at risk. We're also in year 2, or beginning year 2, of the use of the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. So the Columbia is a suicide screening tool used by our campus counselors, LSSPs, our LPCs, and social workers. Based on the responses to the Columbia, staff may make a recommendation to a family to seek a more in-depth assessment through their private provider or through the mobile crisis outreach team in Travis County or the mobile outreach team in Williamson County. This year, our student and family support team members, our social workers and LPCs, they are making an effort. They are meeting with all campus counselors to go over best practices when conducting a Columbia screener in a remote or virtual environment. So while each situation is going to be unique, we know that the safety of our students is always our first priority. So as part of the SHAC committee, the group who focused on suicide prevention, social emotional well-being reviewed, and the committee endorsed the multi-year or long-term plan for counseling services in Leander ISD. So on this slide, we have several celebrations for the 2021 school year as we work toward achieving our plan. So first, I just want to say thank you to the board for approving positions that allowed us to accomplish a very long-term goal in Leander ISD, it has made a great impact on the services provided by our elementary counselors. So that was positions that were created that will allow for the facilitation of 504 at the elementary level. So our counselors are no longer responsible for the coordination of scheduling 504 meetings. So while it may not seem like these positions would increase direct services to students, in reality, it's provided a huge impact with our elementary counselors' ability to provide the proactive and direct services to students at all 27 of our campuses. Many times our elementary counselors were spending up to 30% of their week coordinating and conducting 504 meetings. So while our elementary counselors will always be a team member at a 504 meeting, not having to coordinate and facilitate this process is a huge gain. So we always welcome the addition of new counselors, but when we surveyed elementary counselors, they overwhelmingly supported these positions to provide them an opportunity to increase their work to meet the needs of our students and families. So as one of our newest counselors said in our survey, that with our 504 duties removed, she can see herself remaining in Leander ISD for her entire career as a counselor. So for elementary counselors, this was very exciting, but I also like to say we had a little counseling bonus this year. We were able to expand the number of elementary campuses with 2 full-time counselors to 7. So we also thank the board for approving 2 new elementary counseling positions to meet the needs of our highest enrollment campuses. It's a little hard to meet the needs of 1,000 students with only 1 counselor on site. Also, as you know, Senate Bill 11, it was a lengthy piece of legislation recently passed by the Texas legislature. And as part of that legislation, teaching medical schools are required to offer mental health services to school districts. So we have signed an MOU with Dell Medical School to be part of the TCHAT program for the upcoming school year. And TCHAT stands for Texas Child Health Access Through Telemedicine. So we're still working out some of the final details in the process on this, but it's an exciting opportunity for us to expand and enhance the mental health services to our students. The Dell team have been wonderful to work with, and we see this as a great long-term partnership. You also heard that through LEAF recently received the $50,000 Moody grant. This was accomplished through the support and hard work of our partnership with LEAF. And actually, Kristen and Colleen did most of the work. And so we are working out the details on how we'll utilize these funds. But I do want you to know that we will use them for direct services to our students and families. So, and finally, on this slide, this year at our annual Leander ISD Leadership Retreat, one of the 3 strands was a focus on supporting the whole child. in providing a definition of what we mean when we say whole child. We also spend a portion of this time discussing the importance of self-care for staff, as we know this is vital for us as adults so that we're able to establish and maintain these strong relationships with our students. So like I said, we have many things to celebrate next year, but looking forward, as a system, we always strive to move our counselor to student ratios to those recommended by state and national organizations. At the secondary level, we have a student to counselor ratio as this year, approximately 1 to 400. So long term, we want to work to get our elementary ratios more in line with our secondary campuses. So we've created a phased-in approach to accomplish this goal, in knowing that in reality, we have to work with the constraints of our district budget. So our initial long-term goal is to have an elementary ratio of approximately 1 to 450 students. Finally, we're lucky that for many years, we've had staff, licensed clinical social workers and LPCs who are able to provide school day services to our students, and we're thankful to have these individuals. But we want to be in a place where we can expand these opportunities or expand the services to meet the increasing needs of our community. So as a department, we continue to explore opportunities and partnerships to engage our families in the therapeutic process, as well as expand and increase the availability of free or low-cost mental health services. And we are looking at ways that we can provide longer-term care by our social workers and LPCs, and also increase preventative services for our early identified students. So again, a big thank you to our board for always supporting us, Dr. Gehring, Dr. Bentz, and my new boss, Krista Carleen, for your continued support. And I, along with our other SHAC team members, are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Board members? Brian and Steve, thank y'all so much for excellent report and details. I appreciate all your work. I'm curious from our SHAC committee members, for Kara and for Alexis, just anything you want to highlight or point out to people who might want to serve on SHAC in the future? Any thoughts on just kind of overall what you got to work on this last year?
I think SHAC is one of the most efficient committees that I've ever served on. It really enables the community to have a real voice in some of the things that are being decided on and the directions that are being taken. And I think that they've got a lot of really big things coming up in this next year. And I've been encouraging other people to join SHAC. It's a really great committee, and can't say enough good things about it.
I echo Kara's sentiments. It's really good. There was a lot of things that came out of HB3 that we had to work on in order to meet those mandates. And so it's a great way to involve your community members and local health professionals and all of those committees.
I have a quick question. Kara, I know you've come and spoken to the board previous times about play and what that looks like in elementary. And so I am curious, when y'all were talking about these issues, if there were any guidelines on recess or indoor recess time, that more details that you wanted to share.
I mean, in terms of recess, we were primarily looking at the weather guidelines, but I think that as we were looking at the weather guidelines, one question that came into my mind was, are there guidelines for indoor recess? And from what I understand, while some of the LISD quality recess guidelines are applicable to indoor recess, I know from my own experience and from talking to different administrators, indoor recess is done very differently campus to campus, and some of them do a really incredible job, and some of them don't necessarily always get the true benefits from recess, which is harder in an indoor recess setting in general. But I think that there might be some benefit to looking into setting up a better system for indoor recess.
Well, thank you. I know you've come and talked to the board many times about recess, so I was curious to hear from you and what you thought in that regard. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Grace?
Yes. Trish, when do shack appointments come up again? When do we do those? What month?
That's a great question. I don't remember the month. I know traditionally we voted on them and they've brought them to us and asked for addition, then we vote. John, is that something you can bring to us in the next meeting, or what were your thoughts for this year?
We'd actually just finished the compiling with the registration for volunteers for the committee. So that is coming to you shortly once we compile that information for all of our committees that we asked for volunteers for.
Actually, that is a board appointed committee. So the board is supposed to make those appointments. That's how that set up.
We're going to bring that action item to you shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Brian, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be picky. Shortly, you mean at our next meeting? Do we need to make a request to put this on our August 27th meeting for an action item?
I'll work with Mr. Graham on when that's going to come to y'all.
Yes, I'm not sure if we were looking at August 27th or at the beginning of September when we come back in September. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, I'm guessing if we're not making the request now for an August 27th, it will be September. So, all right. I'll go to that. All right, moving on. Board members, we have thank y'all. Thank you again for the discussion on Shack. Really appreciate all of you. We have really made a lot of progress through a very heavy agenda. We do have another guest speaker or presenter in closed session, so we're going to go ahead and take closed session. That will be our last item that we'll have somebody as a guest speaking. At that point, when we come back, I anticipate about an hour and a half left on our agenda. I would like y'all to consider as a board, just if we want, we can take up the items that we're just going to be voting on October 27th to reduce that time down dramatically, and take the items that are reports and just have them present that in August 27th. And that will help reduce the time when we return from close. So be thinking, if you are supportive of that, then that means we'll take the rest of the items that are under reports and discussions and carry that for the first time on August 27th. With that, we will go ahead and move into closed session. Let me go ahead and say it is 11:42, and we will now be moving into closed session for items permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Glenn High School principal. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of the Steiner Ranch Elementary School principal. Texas Government Code 551.074, superintendent summative evaluation and employment. Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. No action will be taken in closed. We will return to open session for any action. With that, if y'all be looking for the leave room, we'll go ahead and move on into closed. 5? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And we are now back in open session on August 21st. So we started on a different date, ending on another one. Thank you all for great board work. At this time, I'll entertain any motions from closed.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Sean Miller for principal of Glen High School probationary employment contract for personnel addition as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-21 school year.
Second.
Motion from Gloria, second from Jim. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Second, I move the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Brittany Clifford for principal of Steiner Ranch Elementary probationary employment contract for personnel addition as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-21 school year.
Second.
Motion from Gloria, second from Jim. All those in favor? 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Okay, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-2021 school year.
Second.
Motion from Alexis, second from Jim. All those in favor? 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2020-21 school year.
Second.
Motion from Alexis, second from Jim. All those in favor? 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. I believe that concludes all the motions from our closed session. We do have more items on the agenda. We are going to be moving those items and pull them back up in our August 27th regular board meeting. If you have any questions on these items, please feel free to reach out to your administrators. That covers most of our items in B on governance team that we'll be voting on, and some of our report and discussion items. We did dispense with some of those this evening, so it wouldn't be the whole thing, just the parts we didn't pull up. Are there any other questions? All right, if there's nobody who wants to stop me, I think I'm going to go ahead and we'll adjourn. Thank y'all so much. Have a great evening, morning.